morning.
Good morning.
Nice. Good to see you. Who here likes the 7-degree weather? Anybody? Really? You do? You're off. You Just kidding. Just kidding. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're back on the record. It's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge Chris Necker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mascalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Judge, good morning. Andy Murray, Mr. Caniero.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. So, Prosecutor, we ready to call our next witness?
Yes, sir. The state calls Lazaro Cardinas.
Okay. So just watch your step. If you could just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you sit down and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Lazaro Cardinas, Cardenas.
All right. Thank you so much. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a Chosen State's attorney.
Okay. Are you licensed to practice law in the state of New Jersey?
I am?
Okay. Any other states?
No.
Now, before we get too far into this, I just want to ask the court for permission to approach.
You can.
I'm going to show it. 24. For identification. Sir, I'm going to ask you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's my CV, my resume.
Okay. CV, resume, two different ways to say the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, does that document your work experience?
Yes.
Does it document your education,
Yes.
both in the legal field and also previous to that?
Correct.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately capture, your career, specifically your work career and your education?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I ask you, what year did you graduate law school?
Rutgers Law in Newark.
What year?
2013.
Now, did you have any work experience prior to going to law school?
Yes.
And what was that generally?
I was working at Prudential Insurance for the prior and during law school for 18 plus years.
Okay. Now, your experience at Prudential, did that relate to what you do now for a living?
It really doesn't.
Okay. What did you do at Prudential?
At Prudential, I was in corporate technologies. I was a director of technologies.
Okay. When you started at Prudential, did you have a college degree?
I did not.
Okay. Was there a point in time that you decided to further your education?
Yes, a few years into my life at Prudential, I decided to go back to college.
And where did you go to college?
Went to Brookdale first, and then Rutgers Newark undergrad.
Okay. What year did you graduate?
2008.
And what kind of degree did you get?
I have a degree in business and a degree in political science.
Now, once you graduated college, did you continue to work at Prudential?
I did.
Now, how long did you work at Prudential or continue to work at Prudential until you decided that you might want to pursue a career in law?
About 4 years.
Okay. And how did you go about applying to law school?
So once I graduated from undergrad, I already had an idea I wanted to go to law school. So I had applied to law school during my last year at Rutgers undergrad, and then decided to go to law school. So I had applied, taken the LSAT, and just delayed the admission for a year until 2009.
Okay. So when did you start law school?
2009.
Okay. And what type of program did you do at law school? Was it traditional 3-year, or was it something else?
No, it's an evening program, which it's 4 years.
Okay. And did you continue to work while you went to law school?
I did.
Okay. And Prudential's where?
Prudential is about a block and a half, 2 blocks from law school.
Okay. They're both in what city?
Newark.
Okay. Now, as a result of the 4 years of study at Rutgers Law School in Newark, did you ultimately obtain a degree?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of degree is that? Just so we understand.
a Juris Doctor.
Did you have to thereafter take and pass a bar exam?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you pass the New Jersey bar exam?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, did you start practicing law right away?
I didn't start practicing law right away after I finished law school. No,
Did you continue to work at Prudential?
I did.
Okay. At some point thereafter, did you do anything in furtherance of working as an attorney?
So yeah, my partner and I decided to open our own law practice, which is why it took us a little longer. We were trying to establish our finances before we jumped out of our full-time jobs.
Okay. And ultimately, did you establish a law practice?
We did.
And when was that?
2017.
Okay. And since 2017, have you continuously practiced law
Yes.
in the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. And the name of your law firm is what?
Patel and Cardinas, LLC.
Okay. And do you have one office or more than one office?
We have two offices, one here in Freehold Borough and one in Jersey City.
Now, how many attorneys practice there, to be clear?
We have 3 attorneys, including myself, and 5 paralegals.
Okay. Now, do you have a specific role in the firm?
Yes,
What's that?
I'm the managing partner for trust and estates and probate.
Okay. What does that entail, being the managing partner?
That entails getting involved with the day-to-day operations, managing the attorneys and paralegals in the team, and getting involved in the litigation that's held or that's going on with cases.
Now, on your CV that you described earlier, I believe it's S24 in front of you, is that correct? Does that document the type of work that you do on a daily basis?
Yes,
And do you talk about on that CV your areas of trust and estate practice?
yes.
Okay, did you divide it up into kind of like 2 subcategories?
I did.
And what are those?
So that's trust law and administration and estate planning and probate.
Can you first just tell us a little bit about what trust law and administration is and how you practice in that regard?
So trust law and administration has to do with the creation of the trust and assisting people in understanding whether they need it or not, depending on if they need it, and assisting them in creating that trust that is going to reflect what they want to happen to their assets after they pass or even during their lifetime.
Before I ask you what a trust is when someone comes in and attempts to retain you as an attorney in this area, is their intent something that's important to you?
Absolutely. It's almost the first thing that's important.
Now, you talked about a trust. Can you just tell us, first of all, kind of generally what a trust is legally?
So trust is a legal entity where a trustor, the person creating it, transfer assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries that he would like to benefit from those assets, either during their lifetime or after death.
Now, have you been involved in establishing trusts for clients in the past?
Yes, I have.
Could you approximate how many times?
Dozens, if not hundreds.
Now, you also talked about estate planning and probate. Can you tell us what that entails?
Yes, estate planning encompasses a lot more than trust. Trust is one component of an estate plan. So typically we meet with the client, we ascertain what assets they have and how do they want those assets to pass to their heirs. And probate is the court-supervised process of transferring assets once a person passes.
So, fair to say trust, planning and trust creation is a part of overall estate planning?
Yes.
Are there many facets to estate planning?
Yeah, there are multiple documents that get created during estate planning.
What types of documents?
This could be a will, power of attorney, healthcare directive,
Okay. And is sometimes a trust a part of something that gets created?
revocable or irrevocable trust, multiple different trusts.
You talked about revocable and irrevocable trusts. Can you tell us what those are and how they might be different?
So a revocable trust, the trustor, the person creating the trust, maintains controls of the assets and usually is the trustee of the trust and sometimes even the beneficiary of the trust. In an irrevocable trust, the trustor relinquishes that control to a third-party trustee, typically a family member, but it could be an entity as well that could manage those assets that are in the trust for the beneficiary of the beneficiaries, for the benefit of the beneficiaries.
Now, based upon your work as an attorney who practices with estate planning and trust creation and the like, are there typically reasons why someone would decide upon, or you would assist them with deciding upon a revocable trust versus an irrevocable trust, age, other factors?
Yes, typically people do a revocable trust to avoid probate is one of the reasons they do it, to create a form for multiple beneficiaries to continue to operate or own those assets beyond the death of the trustor. Irrevocable trust, often done for tax planning purposes, for Medicaid planning purposes, and it's also done to reduce the taxable estate of the trustor when they die.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about tax implications, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that plays an important role in estate planning?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, are you an accountant?
I am not, and we do not do tax advice, but we work closely with tax professionals.
Okay, so is it fair to say that your practice can sometimes be collaborative?
Yes.
And does that, I guess you've already said, that includes tax professionals? Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Just for the record. Does that also include any other, professional advisors?
Yes. So we work closely with either accountants, CPAs, financial planners. We often meet with them because our clients ask us to in creating an estate plan.
Okay. Are there times when someone might come to you without an accountant or without a financial advisor, and you would then suggest involving those types of professionals in the process?
Yes.
Now, just for purposes of the record, over the course of your legal career, you mentioned wills. Have you drafted wills?
Yes.
Could you approximately how many you've drafted?
Of wills.
Excuse me?
Hundreds of wills.
Okay. Now, power of attorney documents. Have you been engaged in creating those?
Yes.
And again, just so we understand, what's the purpose of a power of attorney document?
Power of attorney gives a person the ability to represent you in financial matters and court matters should you become incapacitated, but you're not dead.
Now, have you engaged over the course of the last 8 or so years in overall comprehensive estate planning for clients?
Yes.
And that includes, you said, trust, correct?
Yes.
And have you created for clients both revocable and irrevocable trusts?
I have.
Okay. Now, have you ever been engaged by clients who already have wills or already have trusts, and they're looking for advice for a variety of aspects?
Yes, sometimes people want to update their will. There's life-changing events that prompt that. Trust, sometimes they want to change beneficiaries, or they want to change trustee or update it in certain matters, so modifications or
Now,
often.
you mentioned changing a trustee in a trust, correct?
Yes.
Now, is that something that can happen both with revocable trusts and irrevocable trusts?
Yes, it's much simpler to do with a revocable than irrevocable. Both can be modified, yes.
So it's more difficult when we're talking about an irrevocable trust.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that later, but in this case, you were asked to look at a trust, correct?
Yes.
And that was one that you did not create, correct?
Correct.
And what type of trust was that?
It's an irrevocable trust.
So that would have been the more difficult kind to change the trustee.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would offer Mr. Cardinas as an expert in the field of trust law and administration, as well as estate planning and probate.
Any voir dire on this?
No, Judge, we're satisfied with Mr. Cardenas' experience and expertise.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I gave you this charge before. I'm going to give it to you, though, again. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to this case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to you in understanding the evidence presented and determining the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining this opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of this expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of this expert is based actually exists. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, are not true, or are true in only part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You, and you alone, are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the crimes charged. Everybody understand that charge?
Yes.
Thank you. He is now qualified in the field of trust law and administration and estate planning and probate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cardenas, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what specifically you were asked to do in this case, okay?
Yes, I was given a irrevocable trust to analyze and provide guidance as to the law and trust in New Jersey.
Okay. Now, as a result of that, we'll probably get there in a moment, but were you provided with a physical, actual trust agreement?
Yes, electronically.
Okay. Now, were you provided with significant factual details about this case?
I was not.
Okay. Now, as you said, your purpose was to take a look at the trust and provide some guidance as to what certain things mean in it, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to just approach with S26. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement.
Okay, and was that the document that you were provided with in
Yes.
order to analyze it?
Yes, it was.
Now, before we go any further, can you tell us what the date is of that document?
Yes, created July 27th, 1999.
Okay. Now, as a result of your review of that trust agreement, did you ultimately prepare a report regarding the document?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach again.
Okay.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S25 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the 24-page report I created once I analyzed the trust.
Okay. And like you said, that's a document that you created, correct?
Yes.
And what's the date of that?
That is July 28th, 2025.
Okay. Now, I'm going to leave that up here, but I would just say if you do need to refer to it at any point, just in case, just please indicate that you would need to refer to that so we know, right?
Yes.
Now, we talked about previously what a trust is, so I'm not going to ask you that specifically. I think you explained it. You mentioned earlier terms like, you said settler or trustor. What does that mean?
Settler or trustor is the person that creates the trust.
Okay. And does the trust ultimately have something called a trustee?
Yes.
And what is a trustee?
Trustee is the person charged with managing the assets in the trust for the benefit of the beneficiaries.
Okay. And based upon your review of this particular trust that was created in 1999, who was the settler or the trustor of this?
It was Keith Caneiro.
Okay. And who was the trustee designated in the trust agreement?
The primary was Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, the document, the trust agreement, which I provided to you, which is S26, correct? The actual trust agreement?
Yes.
It's S26, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, was that document signed by anyone?
Yes.
And who was it signed by?
It was signed by the trustor, the creator, and also by the trustee.
Okay, no, that would be which people?
So signed by Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, was it like notarized or anything like
Yeah,
that?
it was notarized with witnesses.
Now, is it customary in the state of New Jersey for the trustor and the trustee to both sign the document?
Yes,
Would that be the way that you would do it?
absolutely.
Okay. Now, this trust, did you determine whether or not it had beneficiaries?
Yes.
And who were the beneficiaries?
It was Jennifer Cardinas, which was the future wife, and any future children of the marriage.
Okay. So based upon your review of this document created in 1999, was Keith Caneiro married at this time?
He was not at the time of drafting, no.
And were you able to tell that based upon reading the draft alone?
Yes, there is a requirement that for Jennifer to qualify as a beneficiary, she would have to marry him within, I think, 2 years. It was 2001 or something.
Okay, and was there specifically a date in the document that's listed?
Yeah, there was a date in the document.
And is it your understanding, just based upon the minimal information provided, that they did get married?
It is my understanding they did ultimately fulfill that requirement, yes.
And I think, just to be clear, based upon what you say, at the time that Keith Caneiro created the document with counsel, he was not married, correct?
Correct.
And did he or did he not have children yet?
It did not at the time.
Does the trust agreement, I think you said it, but does it contemplate future children?
Yes.
And are those future children listed as potential beneficiaries?
Absolutely.
Now, are there, with respect to Jennifer, eventually to be Jennifer Caneiro, and eventually to be the children, is there any reference to the children's issue or anything along those lines?
So Jennifer did have a requirement to be married and not divorced, because if she was divorced, she would also be disinherited. But the children were always contemplated even before they existed.
How about the children's children?
Yeah, I believe there is a section there that it covers where if it says participes, which means that if one of the children were dead, but they had children, that they would inherit as well.
Now, with respect to your review of this trust, did you kind of come up with like an overall theme based upon a reading of the document as to the settler's intent?
Yes, it was clear from the drafting that he intended to benefit his wife, but definitely his children. That didn't exist at the time, but he intended for his children to be definitely benefit by this trust. There was no conditions for the children that he would have to take from this trust.
Okay. Were there contingent beneficiaries?
There were.
Okay, what is a contingent beneficiary?
A contingent beneficiary takes based on a trigger set in the drafting of the trust. So something has to happen for that person to take this after the primaries.
And who were those people?
So that's Corey Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, the alternate beneficiary.
Okay, so Paul Caneiro and Corey Caneiro.
Yes.
Were they 50-50 contingent beneficiaries or something else?
They are 50-50.
Now, assuming that Mr. Caneiro married Jennifer Caneiro and they had 2 children, if Keith Caneiro were to pass away, who would benefit?
The widow and the children.
How would, under this trust agreement, how would contingent beneficiaries, Paul and Corey Caneiro, how would they benefit?
The only time they would benefit from the trust would be if or the children and the widow would also be deceased.
Now, with respect to that trust agreement, which is in front of you, S-26.
I'm going to ask you to go to page 5. Can you do that? And is there Article 4 there?
Yes.
And what does that discuss?
It discusses the death of the settler
Okay.
and who would take.
Now, are there provisions that start on page 6 regarding what you just discussed about contingent beneficiaries?
Yes,
Is that subsection A and subsection B?
correct.
Okay. Can we have the back computer, please? Now, on the screen in front of you, is that subsection A and B that you just referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And subsection A talks about what?
It talks about what Paul will receive if the spouse and the children do not survive.
Okay. And subsection B?
It talks about Corey's 50%.
Okay. And to be clear, subsection A, subsection B, one relates to Paul, one relates to Corey, correct?
Correct.
And are they otherwise identical, essentially?
Yes,
Okay.
essentially.
So they're 50-50, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a contingent beneficiary, did Corey Caniero sign this document?
No, beneficiaries usually don't.
Did Jennifer Caniero sign it?
No,
And obviously the kids didn't because they weren't born yet, right?
correct.
Now, I think at some point you were provided with information that strike that, we just start here. What was the trust originally funded with in 1999?
The original assets in the trust was $1,000.
Okay. Did you learn later that there became a life insurance policy attached to it?
Yeah, there's some provision in the trust that allow for life insurance policy, which is very common, or other assets to be introduced to the trust or transferred to the trust.
What types of other assets can be attached to a trust?
It could be bank accounts, could be real estate, could be cars, could be any asset that they want to transfer.
Now, we talked about earlier, but this was an irrevocable trust, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talk generally about, I think, asset protection in the trust context.
Yes.
Can you just tell us how that works or is supposed to work?
So, in an irrevocable trust, once you transfer the assets, they're protected from creditors, they're protected from bankruptcy, they're protected from lawsuits. So that would have protected Keith from that. This trust also protects the beneficiaries from that as well. There's a spendthrift clause that does that.
What's a spendthrift clause?
It's a clause that you typically put in trust that does not allow the beneficiaries to be sued for future benefits that they might receive from the trust. So they don't have that, what's in the trust, they can't pledge that for future, so they can't be sued under that for the benefit they have for the trust, on the trust.
Now, ultimately, the property that's covered by the trust agreement, if someone passes away, does it become part of taxable estate at that point?
It does not.
Okay, and is that part of the point of creating a trust?
That is part of it, yes.
Now, that specific idea, is that codified in the IRS code?
Yes,
So that's just part of laws here in the United States.
yes.
Now, going back to like 1999, obviously you were not there when this trust was created, correct?
Correct.
Now, but are you able to tell us, once Keith Caneiro created this irrevocable trust, what happens?
So once he created it, there was an insurance policy. I understand he also created at some point after that was the beneficiary was the trust, and he was through this trust. There was a bank account as well that was he was putting money into to pay for that the fees for the life insurance.
So there's a bank account that's designed to fund the life insurance.
Yes, it's attached to the trust.
You weren't asked to look at the life insurance, though, correct?
I did not look at the life insurance, no.
Now, as far as Keith Caneiro's control of the trust once it's created, how does that work?
He does not maintain any control over the assets in the trust or the trust itself. He relinquishes all control to the trustee,
And the trustee being who?
Paul.
Now, we mentioned it briefly, but if Keith Caneiro or any trustee in a document like this, irrevocable trust, decides that he wants to change the trustee, how does that work?
The only people who have power to change the trustee in an irrevocable trust are the beneficiaries. So the beneficiaries could either request for the trustee to step down and name someone else. There was a provision in there. Or go to court and have a judge remove the trustee.
But a trustee can decide, okay, I'll step down?
Yes, there was a provision in this trust for that as well. And Corey would have been the alternate.
Okay. As far as trustee powers and responsibilities within the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement, can you describe that?
Yes, I mean, the trustee in this trust had wide latitude, a lot of power, and a lot of leeway. It was drafted with that in mind, no question about it.
So it grants the trustee, Paul Caneiro, broad powers. over
Broad
the trust.
powers, yes.
Now, with the idea that the trustee has exceptionally broad powers, is there any sort of flip side to that?
Yes. I mean, the trustee's primary responsibility is to manage the assets in the trust for the benefit of the beneficiaries. That's the top priority. But as more latitude and more broad powers are given to that trustee, that responsibility increases as well.
Power, responsibility kind of thing?
Yes.
Now, administrative powers to the trustee in this trust, are they discussed?
Yes.
Okay, what types of things are discussed in that regard?
Well, they have the power to hire professionals like accountants, make sure they file taxes, make sure they can hire financial advisors if there was accounts there that needed that, attorneys if they needed to do any modifications. So there's wide latitude.
Okay, so the trustee can hire qualified professionals for advice and things like that?
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying that happened, but if it were to happen, who pays for that?
Typically, the trust would have some funding for that, but it would be the trust money would be used for that.
Okay. So it wouldn't have to come out of the trustee's pocket?
No.
Now, under the terms of this trust agreement and potentially others, is the trustee entitled to compensation?
Yes.
Okay. Is that discussed specifically in the trust agreement?
Yeah, there is a paragraph that talks about that. It leaves it up to the statute. There's a New Jersey statute that defines trustee compensation.
Okay. Is that a statute that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is that something that you use in your daily practice?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just draw your attention to page 10 of the trust agreement, S-26? Is there an area there that talks about compensation of trustee?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you discussed in your report?
Yes.
Can I just go to the back computer again? Sorry. Now, on the screen in front of you, do you see that provision for compensation of trustee?
I do.
Okay. And can you just tell us what that actually means?
It means that the settlor did contemplate the trustee being compensated for his work as a trustee, and that he left it up to the laws of New Jersey, which would fall on the statute to define what that compensation is.
Okay. Is there another, a little bit more specific provision that's discussed regarding compensation or the potential for compensation? You recall?
As to the requirement if they receive the compensations, or?
Sure.
Yes, I mean, there's another section that talks about what's required if the trustee receives any funds from the trust.
Okay. Just going to show you that
Trust agreement for one moment. You're on page 10. I'm going to ask you, sorry, I just shot you.
That's right.
Yep. Okay, so page 11, I'm going to draw your attention to subsection J. Just, if you could just read it to yourself.
And does that refresh your recollection as to potential other mentions of compensation?
Yeah, it just mentions that reserve funds to pay for any expenses, including compensation of the trustee.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, is trustee compensation, is it defined or like mathematically in any way in New Jersey statutes?
Yeah, the statute does have a formula for compensation, and it's a percentage of the corpus or the income.
Okay. Now, how is compensation balanced with, the context of fiduciary obligations to beneficiaries in a trust?
Compensation, it could be reduced from what the formula or the statute says, depending on the level of involvement of the trustee. If the trustee does all the work himself, he's doing the taxes, doing the investment, doing the research, and investing and managing the assets himself or herself, then they might require a higher level of compensation. If they are hiring professionals, attorneys, or CPAs, then that compensation could be reduced because they're not using their own expertise, they're using someone else and using trust funds to pay for that.
Now,
So it could be flexible.
under New Jersey statutes relating to this type of procedures, does compensation have to be reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how's reasonableness defined generally?
Well, reasonable is depending on the level of involvement you have in the trust. The statute does have percentages, so it's a mathematical formula. But within that mathematical formula, there is leeway to take more, not more than the statute says, but more up to the statute number or less if they're hiring other professionals.
Does compensation that is taken or received by a trustee, does it have to be transparent?
Yes, the trustee has a duty to inform, and this trust has a provision for that, the beneficiaries of any monies that is dispersed to him or her.
So does any compensation have to be disclosed to the beneficiaries?
Yes.
Just going to draw your attention to page 3, section 2.3C of the trust.
Yes.
Do you see that provision?
Yes.
And what does that discuss?
It discusses, written notice actually, but at least notice to the beneficiaries of any transfer or property to the trustee.
And is there a specific section, you don't need to point it out specifically, but is there a specific section in the trust regarding notice?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but is there a section of your report that talks about power and responsibility?
Yes, there is.
And we talked about how extensive powers create high standards for trustee performance.
Yes.
Now, can you talk about what these high standards would mean? What does the trustee have to do?
Yeah, the trustee has various duties when they manage the trust. They have a duty of transparency with the beneficiaries. They have a duty to not commingle funds with their own. They have a duty to act in the best interest of the beneficiaries. They have a duty to be cautious and be careful with the assets and protect the assets for the beneficiaries. That's the primary purpose of the trustee.
We have competence, good faith, things like that.
Yeah, they have to act in good faith.
Okay. Be transparent.
And be transparent, inform the beneficiary of what's going on, yes.
Now, we talked about discretionary powers of the trustee, right?
Yes.
Does that also have limits?
Yes, under the trust, the trustee has limitations, correct?
I think you mentioned previously terms like loyalty and prudence.
Yep.
And good faith.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about fiduciary duties of a trustee. Are there 4 fiduciary principles that govern the laws in the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the ones that you discussed in your report?
Yes, they have a duty to treat the trust assets with prudency, make sure their investments are sound, that they research it, make sure that any transfer of assets is proper and it doesn't go against the trust language. or the intent of the trustor when it was created. So their job is to act and manage the trust assets in a prudent way, in a transparent way that protects those assets. That's in good faith.
You talked about loyalty previously, correct?
Yes.
Now, are there things that the duty of loyalty prohibits?
Yeah, it prohibits the trustee from using trust funds for his or her own benefit.
Now, are there any provisions in this trust where a trustee could use trust assets for their own benefit if they actually did something to get that okay?
Yes, I believe on this trust and the amount of leeway and flexibility that it offered, the trustee could have informed the beneficiaries if he wanted to use funds from the trust, such as a loan or just plain use it, yes.
Okay, but that requires the assent or permission of whom?
Of the trust, of the beneficiaries.
That would be whom in this case?
In this case, it would be the spouse, because the children were minor and under her care. I think only the spouse would have sufficed.
Does the trust agreement, does it discuss avoiding conflicts of interest?
Yes,
And I think you just talked about self-dealing, correct?
correct.
Can a trustee benefit personally from the trust?
No, not other than the customary fee, that statute fee.
Now, we talk about conflicts of interest and the like. Is there a section in the trust called trustee restriction? You
Yes,
recall?
there is.
I just want to draw your attention to page 10 of the trust, section 6.2. Do you see that there, sir?
Yes,
And have you reviewed it?
yes.
Did you discuss that in your report that you drafted?
Yeah, this allows the trustee to distribute income or make payments from the income or principal for the beneficiaries, but not to himself or herself.
So self-dealing in some regard?
Self-dealing, yes, so using the trust funds for his own benefit.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to go back to it, but I think you discussed page 3, section C of the trust agreement as well, correct? Providing prompt written notice to the beneficiaries?
Yes,
Okay. Is that consistent with this principle regarding trustee restrictions?
yes.
Can a trustee participate in decisions to distribute trust property to himself?
I think under this trust, he could participate in that decision, but there was a requirement to disclose to the beneficiaries that action.
Okay. Now, recall discussing in the report administrative responsibilities of the trustee.
Yes.
And did these, let me just refer you to page 10 of the trust, if I could. Do you see that, sir, that page?
Yes.
And we talked about trustee restriction already, correct?
Yes.
We talked about compensation.
Yes.
And there's something in there about accounting. What does that represent?
So typically, a trustee is required, or at least should, on a yearly basis or a regular basis, doesn't have to be yearly, but on a regular basis, depending on the assets in the trust and how much they change, to provide the beneficiaries with an accounting of the trust and what has transpired in that trust during that period of time. Could be every 6 months, every year and a half, but in a regular basis to provide that update to the beneficiaries.
Does this trust and trust law generally, does it talk about tax compliance?
Yes, there's a section about taxes.
And what does that mean?
So the trust requires that taxes be filed if there was income in the trust on a yearly basis.
And who would be responsible for that?
The trustee.
Now, as far as accounting and disclosure, is that something that's discussed specifically in this trust agreement?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that require under this trust?
It requires, in the accounting section, it requires for the trustee to maintain accurate records. It requires for them to make sure they're compliant with the federal and state taxes that they're filed if required. It requires for them to provide the accounting, as I mentioned before, to the beneficiaries. And under the disclosure, it requires these actions be disclosed to the beneficiaries on a regular basis.
Does that include like receipts and financial documents and things like that?
It could include that. I don't know that they need to go to that extent for the beneficiaries, but at least a high-level accounting of what is going in and out of the trust.
So could that include like an accountant that's hired to actually do the taxes for the trust?
Yes.
Would this trust require that the records provided to an accountant or to the beneficiaries, that they be accurate?
Yes.
Now, obviously this trust involves family members, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we got Keith Caneiro and his brother Paul Caneiro being the trustee, right?
Correct.
Now, does the law in the state of New Jersey regarding, trust requirements and the like, does it do anything to heighten restrictions and or powers or anything along those lines because there's a relation there?
Yes. I mean, I think when courts look at trust matters that come before them, they usually place a higher level of responsibility on trustees that are close family relatives or members, because the courts usually say that, or interpret it in a way that says that close family members know family dynamic, they know the ins and outs of families, they know if there are beefs between people, if people are getting along with each other. They have an internal knowledge that a corporate or an external trustee wouldn't have that knowledge of. So they know that they can use that as trustee as well.
Okay, so I think everyone could understand we have a trust and a trustee and they're related here, right?
Yes.
Are there ways, are there people or institutions that can be appointed as a trustee that takes away that family dynamic?
Yes, typically. Yeah, I mean, people sometimes appoint friends, their attorney. I think Bank of America has a branch. So several other institutions can be appointed as trustees, yes.
And that Bank of America idea that you're entrusting a financial institution to manage the trust.
Correct.
Takes away family dynamic, correct?
Yes.
But it also loses that family dynamic, right?
Yes, and it loses a lot of the internal controls that are kept when it's kept in family.
Now, you may have mentioned it, but did you talk about trust property and segregation requirements in your report?
I did talk about that.
Is that something that's based on plain reading of this trust?
Yes, it's obvious. There's a paragraph somewhere that talks about not commingling assets, personal assets of the trustee with trust assets.
Okay, so keeping separate personal assets and trust assets.
Correct.
That's in this trust?
Yes.
And is that a concept in New Jersey law?
It is a concept in New Jersey law, and that assets should be kept separate. All money or any assets should be kept separate. The trustee own assets from the trust assets should not be commingled. bank accounts or any other asset.
I think you mentioned loans before, correct?
Yes.
We talk about loans from the trust to the trustee and whether those are permissible. Can you explain?
Under this trust, I believe that there was enough, there was some broad of discretion that they were permissible. If the trustee wanted to get a loan, I think he could have asked the beneficiaries for it, yes.
So in this document, it's your reading of it that there is a potential that the trustee could take a loan from the trust.
Yes, if there were funds in the trust, there's the potential there, yes.
But it would require him to ask permission, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talk about, towards the end, misappropriation. Can you tell us what that means?
That is using trust funds for a purpose that wasn't intended and using the powers of the trustee to do that.
I'm not asking for you to opine about anything other than the question of can misappropriation constitute theft? Can it?
It could.
Now, is there like an intent requirement that would transpose misappropriation to theft?
Yes, I mean, it would have to be an intentional act.
Now, talk about using trust funds for unauthorized purposes. Could you just tell us what that would include?
That would include, in this trust in particular, any use of funds from the trust or any use of the assets in the trust that would benefit anyone else but the beneficiaries.
Would that include personal living expenses?
That would definitely include personal living expenses that are not paid to the beneficiaries.
When we talk about bad faith or deceptive practices in your report, would editing or altering records relating to the trust be a breach there?
Yes, if done for the purpose of hiding some misuse of funds, yes, or property.
Now, almost done here. Just a couple more questions. Now, to be clear, I think you've testified that the trustee, Mr. Paul Caneiro, in this case, was given broad powers under this trust. Fair?
Fair.
Now, but with those broad powers, you discussed limitations, correct?
Yes.
And those limitations generally are what? Are they the laws of the state of New Jersey, the trust language itself, or both?
They're both. They're in the trust language, and they're also statutes to that effect.
You've talked about fiduciary obligations, correct?
Yes.
Is that a requirement to act according to fiduciary duties of trustees generally and what's in this trust?
Yes.
Does the trustee have to act in good faith?
Yes.
Do they have to be transparent?
Yes.
Do they have to act with loyalty to the beneficiaries?
Yes.
Because that's really what it's about, right? The beneficiaries.
That is 100% what it's about. Yes.
So when Keith Caneiro gave Paul Caneiro the authority to be the trustee of this trust, it really wasn't about Keith Caneiro, correct?
Objection. This witness doesn't know what it was about.
To rephrase.
Yeah, rephrase the question. Sustained.
Legally, from a legal concept and based upon a fair reading of the trust, did Keith Caneiro's thoughts matter anymore at that point?
When the trust was created,
Sure.
yes. I think I talked to this. The main intent of Keith, from my reading of the trust, was to benefit his children. And obviously, his wife, should she married him. But even if she didn't marry him and he had children, those children would have been covered under this trust, not necessarily Jennifer.
Because you mentioned there's like a divorce, there's some divorce language in there, correct?
Yes,
But again, the trustee's obligations in this trust and any trust extend to who?
to the beneficiaries.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cardinas.
Good morning.
So, during the voir dire component of your testimony, you mentioned how even though you're an attorney working in trust and estates law on a very regular basis, you still bring in other professionals to help assist you and your clients in your work, right?
Yes,
And that would include tax professionals, right, and CPAs.
that's correct, because I'm not qualified for tax advice.
This is a pretty complicated area of law, right?
Yes,
I mean, it involves issues about probate, about contracts, about tax. All these different areas kind of converge when we're talking about trust and estate planning, right?
yes,
So even though you're a legal expert, that may not be enough to fully advise and inform your clients about what is in their best interest.
as it relates to trust drafting, yes. As it relates to how to maximize tax savings, probably not. That's why we bring in other professionals.
I think the point I'm trying to make is just that this is complicated, right?
Yes,
And to be a trustee, a person does not need to be a lawyer, right?
there's no qualification for a trustee.
There's no requirement that they be an accountant or have a finance background, right?
Correct.
There's no requirement that they take a test to demonstrate that they're qualified to be a trustee, right?
Correct.
There is no assessment to confirm that they are aware of the applicable laws of the state of New Jersey regarding trust administration, right?
Correct.
There's, a person doesn't need to know or demonstrate they know New Jersey law or anything about the Uniform Trust Code to be a trustee, right?
Correct.
You testified today that obviously the law places attendant fiduciary responsibilities on a person who becomes a trustee, right?
Yes.
And they need to avoid engaging in things like self-dealing, right?
Yes.
And they need to act in the interest of the beneficiaries when they act as a trustee, right?
Yes.
But if there's no test to become a trustee, and there's no classes, and there's no requirements about what it takes to be a trustee, or an awareness of the law of trusts, a person doesn't even need to demonstrate that they're aware of those fiduciary responsibilities in order to become a trustee, do they?
They do not, but they also have the opportunity to turn down that position if they don't feel they're qualified or able to administer their duties.
Well, that would imply that such a person was informed about those duties at the time they became a trustee, right?
Correct.
And when we're talking about a particular trust, this particular trust, it's an obvious fact that you were not there when this was created, right?
Correct.
And you do not have any idea what conversations were had or were not had at the time of this trust creation, right?
Well, I have an idea because I'm an attorney and I do have conversations with my clients about what their duties and responsibilities are during the formation of the trust and during when they sign it and what they're signing onto. So I'm sure the other attorney would have had similar conversations with them.
Well, you're sure about that, but the thing is, you don't know what was said.
I don't know exactly what was said.
And obviously, some attorneys, sure you would agree, do a better job of effectively keeping their clients informed about important issues than others, right?
I'm sure that's true.
And I'm sure you do very good work for your clients. But I'm sure we also know that that's not a universal truth about attorney representation, right?
I don't know what was discussed in that room, but most attorneys will have a discussion about it.
Well, let's talk about people who create trusts as far as the settler of trust for a second. So Keith, in this case, was the settler of the trust, right?
Correct.
Because it was him creating it for the purpose of benefiting the beneficiaries.
Yes.
Now, obviously, we know that Keith went to an attorney to create this trust document, right? I mean, they're the ones who drafted it.
Yes.
And most people are going to go to attorneys for the purpose of creating something like this because, again, they don't know what the legal requirements are to do it, right?
Correct.
So most people rely on advice from their attorney when they create something like a trust, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm sure you're absolutely right that most attorneys who create a financial instrument or a trust instrument like this are going to advise their clients on the ramifications of this trust. But again, just like there were no requirements on the trustee to become a trustee, there's no requirement other than competency that the settler must meet to demonstrate they understand the full ramifications of what they're creating, right?
Yes, for the most part, that's true.
There's no classes a person has to take before they can create an irrevocable trust, right?
No.
They don't have to demonstrate knowledge about the laws of irrevocable trust in order to become a settler, right?
No.
We can talk about what attorneys would do in most situations, but like you said, we don't know specifically what conversations were had about this particular agreement, right? And so it's not possible for us to know whether Keith understood the full ramifications of what was being done when he was creating an irrevocable trust in this case, right?
It's possible, I said. So.
It would be fair to say, though, that the thing with an irrevocable trust is that the settler, the person who creates it, it's irrevocable because once it's created, they lose all control over it, right?
For the most part, that's true.
Like, they don't get to direct what happens with the money in the trust anymore.
Not the day-to-day, correct.
They can express an intent in things like the trust documents, right? To say, this is the purpose for which I'd like you to use this money, right?
Correct.
But the idea is that in an irrevocable trust, the property that gets transferred into it no longer belongs to the settler, right?
That's correct.
I mean, and that it's that kind of like legal fiction that allows this to be a device for certain tax avoidance, right?
Yes.
Because if that settler maintained control over the property in any way, there would be different tax implications for that, right?
Correct.
So what this really is, in terms of in the irrevocable nature of a trust, is it is a way to do estate planning, but also in conjunction with that, a way to do tax planning and tax avoidance, right?
It's part of it, yes.
It would be fair to say, given those facts, that a settler who created an irrevocable trust, but was under the impression that he was going to be able to direct the trustee as to what to do with the funds afterwards, would be under a misapprehension about the legal instrument he was
Judge, I'm
creating.
going to object to Keith Caneiro's.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection to the form of that question. It's way too much. You got to unpack it.
A settler it's established, though, that a settler of an irrevocable trust, once it's created, cannot continue to maintain control over trust assets.
That's a true statement.
And cannot, based on what we have here, direct a trustee in terms of how to disperse trust assets after the creation of the trust.
No, correct. That goes against the trust. I mean, he did direct it when he first created the trust.
Right. But after it's created and it's signed and it's in place, right, that settler no longer gets to direct the trustee as to how to disperse assets, right?
As long as the trustee is acting within the law, correct.
The trustee, and so a settler, I guess my question is this. If a settler, under those conditions, right, if a settler of an irrevocable trust was under the impression that they could continue to exercise control after the creation of the trust instrument, they would be under a misapprehension about what their abilities were.
Yes.
A settler who thought they could terminate an irrevocable trust after its creation would be mistaken about that.
Yes.
And a settler who thought they could terminate an irrevocable trust for the purpose of, say, taking the money to pay off their mortgage would be under a misapprehension about the amount of control they had.
Judge, I'm going to object. Have you heard three? Are you have it?
I'm going to sustain the objection to that question, but I'm going to allow counsel to ask a different question.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
So, we heard you say before that a trust can hold many different types of property, right?
Yes.
And it could hold, stocks, it could hold cars, it could hold, other personal property. It could also hold insurance policies, right?
Yes.
And when the trust holds an insurance policy, when it's within the trust, that's the property of the trust, right?
Yes.
So, if a settler creates an insurance policy and says, I'm going to gift this to my irrevocable trust, that insurance policy becomes the property of the trust, right?
No, not at that moment. So if the settler creates an insurance policy himself or herself and adds the trust as a beneficiary, the trust wouldn't get that policy until the settler dies. So the settler will still keep control of that policy. They can go and change the beneficiary anytime.
Well, if the trust in the insurance, if the insurance policy documents, right, wouldn't they have to be changed to reflect the fact that the insurance policy was now within the trust?
So the owner of the policy and the beneficiary of the policy do not have to be the same person or the same entity. So the trust, I didn't review the insurance policy in this particular case, but Keith could have been the owner of the policy and have the trust as the beneficiary. So he would still own and be responsible for that policy. I don't know who owned the policy in this case.
You don't know if the policy was owned by Keith originally and transferred to the trust, or if Keith owned it the entire time.
Correct.
That's what you're saying. If the policy was transferred to the trust, who would the owner of the policy be?
The trust.
So then, the beneficiary would stay the same, obviously, with the insurance policy, right?
Provided it did, yes.
But the owner would be different if that policy was transferred in ownership to the trust, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't review the insurance policy in this case?
I did not.
Okay. Now, let me just switch back for a second here. A trustee does not need to be a family member of a settler, right?
No.
There's no requirement that they be related in any way.
No. It often is, but there is no requirement.
A person could, you mentioned, retain like an independent agent to act as their trustee.
Yes.
You could hire somebody like an attorney to do it.
Yes.
I mean, if you already had an accountant who was working for you, you could maybe ask your accountant to be the trustee,
Yes.
right? A person could, obviously, if you appoint somebody with knowledge about tax or trust law, they're going to obviously bring, we would imagine, a greater deal of sophistication to the administration of the trust than just any family member, right?
They could.
Because like we talked about with trustees, like a trustee who doesn't need to meet any requirements in order to become the trustee could end up thinking that, a settler still held some level of control over an irrevocable trust, right?
It's possible.
I mean, one of the things that you mentioned was that with taking a trust outside of the family dynamic removes some of the, I think you said, internal controls that exist in family trusts, right?
Yes.
And like those internal controls are things like conversations, right, between perhaps a settlor and a trustee, right, who are also closely related,
Yes.
right? And those kind of conversations between a settlor and a trustee who are closely related might have a very different dynamic than between a settlor and an unrelated financial professional who's acting as the trustee, right?
For the most part, that would be true.
That's going to be that second one is going to be a much more arm's length kind of transaction, right?
Yes.
And so that internal control you're talking about in family trust, it serves a purpose that perhaps could not be served by taking a trust to a financial professional to administer, right? Is that true?
Possible, yes.
Okay. A family member who's acting as trustee could obviously think it was okay to borrow money from the trust and repay them.
Objection, Judge, you can't answer that.
Sustained.
You mentioned loans from the trust
Yes.
when you were testifying before. And you said that under this particular agreement, the trustee would be able to take loans, but the issue I think you raised with that was notice to beneficiaries that the trustee was doing so.
The requirement would be noticed.
Now, in this case, we do have the situation where we have a closely held family trust. The trustee is the brother of the settlor, right?
Yes.
And you knew that as you were evaluating this, that they were also business partners for more than 2 decades?
Yes, I did know that.
Okay. And so you knew that they were constantly in communication about business dealings and whatnot, right?
I suppose there were.
And if the trustee and the settlor are in that relationship, right? And the settlor is the parent of the beneficiaries, it's reasonable to imagine that the trustee might think effective notice to the beneficiaries is beneficiary to the
Objection.
Sustained. There's a lot of speculation in there. You cannot guess that. I cannot allow you to ask that question in the form you're asking it. If you found another way to ask it, maybe I'll allow it, but not that way.
We know the settlor here, Keith, is the parent of the minor beneficiaries in the trust, right?
Yes.
And we know that notice in various respects about trust administration is required to be given to the beneficiaries, right?
Yes.
We also know that obviously minor children need to have some sort of guardian making these decisions about whether trust administration is appropriate, right?
Yes.
Because minor children are not old enough to make those determinations themselves.
Yes.
So they need a parent or a guardian to make those determinations for them, right?
Yes.
And in this case, Keith was their parent, right?
But not a beneficiary under the trust.
But Keith was their parent.
Yes.
And Keith was the parent of them as they were the beneficiaries, right? And so notice can go from a parent, from a trustee to a parent to a minor beneficiary, right?
I don't believe that's true in this case. I think the notice, it's clear that it's to the beneficiaries. There's a paragraph that talks to that. It's on the 2.3C, I believe.
Yeah.
That talks to even written notice, but let me see if I can. Yeah, 2.3C, page 3. I don't know if you want me to read it or.
I think you've read it before. That the trustee should give prompt written notice to each of the beneficiaries of each transfer of property to the trustee.
Yes.
If any beneficiary is less than 18 years of age, a copy of the notice of transfer should be given to the guardian of the beneficiary. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, but, I mean, that implies to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, that Keith is the guardian of the beneficiaries.
Of two of them.
Right.
Yes.
And he's married at this point in time. After this is created, he's been married to the other beneficiary, Jennifer, right?
Yes. And the other guardian.
So, my point is just this. Obviously, we see language in this actual trust document, right, that talks about keeping beneficiaries informed of what's happening with the trust, right?
Yes.
What we don't as clearly see is whether keeping the settlor informed, right, could be viewed as equivalent notice based on the very closely held nature of this agreement.
There was definitely a dual role there, yes.
Now, you mentioned during your testimony earlier that trusts don't have to be extremely broad in terms of their intentions. A trust can be very specific as to how monies can be allocated and for what purposes, right?
Yes, that's true.
The Keith Caneiro Trust, you say in your report, I think you describe it as granting exceptionally broad powers to the trustee.
Yes, I did.
And that word exceptional, it's meant to mean that what this trust does is really maximizes to the full extent of what's possible legally, what the trustee can do as far as the administration of the trust.
While acting within the confines of the law and in good faith and
Right.
all the requirements of a trustee.
Sure. But all those things, right, good faith and the fiduciary responsibilities, those things are extrinsic to the trust. They're codified in laws, right?
They're codifying laws and they're explicit in the paragraphs in the trust.
The trust itself doesn't place really a limitation on investments that the trustee can make, right?
It does not.
It doesn't tell the trustee how beneficiaries should be, when disbursements should be made to beneficiaries, right?
Except for age. That's true.
It doesn't preclude the trustee from favoring one beneficiary over another.
It does
Right.
not.
It doesn't specify that there's certain purposes that money can be used for and certain purposes that it cannot be used for, right?
Correct.
It doesn't really give very much guidance at all in terms of how Keith would want this trust to be administered, right?
Well, if you read it as a whole, the trust, Keith's intention was to benefit his children and his wife via this trust. And that was the primary intent of Keith. Given those broad powers, in his mind, were to be used to benefit those three people.
Well, I mean, I think that's an interpretation. The thing is, like, when Keith created this, he wasn't married yet, right?
That's correct, but there was definitely in his mind because it's part of the drafting of the trust, which is not common to put in there.
Yeah, well, let's come back to that in a second. But he wasn't married yet, is a fact, right?
Correct.
And it's a fact he didn't have children yet, right?
Yes, definitely.
And obviously this is a trust that, on its face, is meant to benefit his wife and future children, right?
Yes.
All of whom exist at this point contingently when the trust is created, right? The trust also, though, indicates that there's certain circumstances under which his wife Jennifer is going to be disclaimed.
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
And it would be divorce, right?
Yes.
And it would also be if they're living separately under circumstances that would give rise to a cause of action for divorce.
Yes.
Right? So basically, if they're divorced or separated at any point in time, this instrument treats Jennifer as if she had predeceased Keith.
That is correct.
And when this was created, it was funded with $1,000, right?
Yes.
I'm sure with the intention, you'd imagine, of being funded with additional assets in the future, right?
Yeah, there's a provision in there for that.
And the idea would be all these assets go to benefit Keith's family, but if Jen divorces him or they separate, she no longer gets any of it, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, I guess I just get the sense, and I could be wrong, that if somebody came to you and said, I want to create an irrevocable trust, and I want to benefit, some future family that I don't have yet, and I don't really want to put any limitations on the trustee in terms of what they can invest in, who they can favor as far as beneficiaries, and I want to do all that, and I want to fund it with only $1,000. I wonder whether you would have advised them to create this.
Yes, I mean, again, there's a paragraph in there that, so the intent of the trustor of Keith was to fund this trust either through a life insurance policy that he did or may or may not have had at the time, I don't know that fact, but through a life insurance policy or other assets. So creating an instrument to have it ready to fund at a later date is not uncommon.
Is there any way to look at this as kind of a de facto prenuptial agreement?
No, the only thing that is there, because no, there isn't. Because the only thing that the spouse would not be entitled to is the assets in the trust. There's nothing outside of the trust that the spouse wouldn't be entitled to that I'm aware of.
I hear you, but when this was created, there was only $1,000 in the trust, right? And when it was created in 1999, we didn't know what was going to be put or not put into the trust, right?
We don't. We have an idea, but we don't know for a fact what, people sometimes create a trust and may not be able to fund it depending on their financial situation, but
So, well, let's just talk about the actual administration of this trust. So you're aware, obviously, that Keith and Paul owned businesses together, right?
yes, I'm at a very high level. I'm aware of that. Yes,
Okay. Like you don't have the financial records from the businesses or anything like that.
or the knowledge of the actual business or any of that.
Okay. But the trust, if you know also though that like there's this insurance policy and then there's a trust account, right, for the trust.
Yes, typically that people do that.
And that the trust account in this case was used to pay premiums to the insurance policy.
Yes.
And would it be correct to say that transfers, like that there shouldn't be transfers from the trust account to the business account held by Keith and Paul?
Objection, Judge, this has nothing to do with this testimony at all.
Can we come in? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sustain the objection. You guys were smiling. I make you laugh, you can't give me one? One right back to me? Nothing? All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our 15-minute break. Why don't you go in, take a break, do what you need to do. If you're running 5 minutes behind, we got you. But otherwise, we'll be back out somewhere in the area of 10:25, 10:30. Thank you.
Judge Marconi presiding.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, we'll continue with the cross-examination. Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cardinas, I think we left off talking about family trusts and settlers and trustees who are closely related. I take it just very broadly that the implication of this irrevocable trust is obviously that the settler, in terms of any property put into the trust itself, that the settler should not thereafter be using that property for their own purposes.
That's correct.
Okay. What if the settler though, is the parent of beneficiaries of the trust?
So the beneficiaries of the trust will still be entitled to trust property as per the language of the trust, but not to benefit their parent per se, or their guardian.
Is there a way that the settler could access funds for the benefit of the children who are beneficiaries?
There's a way the beneficiary can access it, school, medical, college.
All right, so it sounds like you're saying the settler really can't have any kind of hands on the property once it goes into the trust.
For the irrevocable trust like this one, correct?
Right. And the reason why, again, is because of the tax implications of them coming into possession of that property, right?
That is one reason, yes.
But obviously, just because something goes into a trust, it doesn't mean like a force field comes up around it that prevents the settler from ever touching or accessing it, right?
There's a legal field that comes up and prevents that.
Sure, but the legal field is just a fiction of our society. It's not a physical barrier that the settler has to cross to get the money, right?
Correct.
I mean, one of the things you were talking about with family trusts is that there's internal controls, right? And one of the things about internal controls is they can allow settlers to work with trustees to control funds that on paper they no longer have access to, right?
Not legally, but I suppose there could be conversations.
No, it's not that it's legal, right? It's that a thing that people might do with a closely held family trust, right?
Possible, I guess.
It's possible, you guess, and it's probably something that you've heard about before and seen before, right?
Sustained. That question had a lot in it. You can ask it a different way, again, but that one was a little too much.
You wouldn't advise your clients to act in a fashion that was illegal, right?
No.
But that doesn't mean that people in these kind of situations might not enter into such agreements between settlers and trustees, right?
I have no idea what could have happened.
Now, is the trustee of this trust personally responsible for financing the trust account?
No.
And you understand, of course, that the purpose of the trust account itself was to pay the life insurance premiums on the insurance policy, right?
I understand that was one of the purposes, yes.
And other than that $1,000 we talked about that was made part of the trust property at the beginning of the creation of the trust, Are you aware that there were, in terms of insurance policies, stocks, tangible property, are you aware that there were other things in the trust other than the insurance policy?
I am not.
Okay. So if the kind of de facto purpose of the trust account, given it the only asset is the insurance policy, is to pay the premiums on that policy, does the trustee have an obligation to go out of pocket to pay the insurance premiums if the trust account was underfunded to do so?
No.
If there were times that the trust account was underfunded to adequately pay the insurance premiums, would there be any legal requirement on the trustee to personally pay the premiums?
No.
Now, a trustee could, if they chose, pay insurance premiums from their own personal bank account, right?
It wouldn't be advisable, but they could.
It wouldn't be a breach of the trust to do so, right?
I would consider that commingling of funds. So unless they're informing the beneficiaries that they're doing this and, being as a loan to the trust, which would be uncommon, yes, I would consider that to be a breach. Even benefiting the trust could be a breach.
Well, benefiting the trust can be a breach, but beneficiaries can acquiesce to breaches of the trust, by the trustee, right?
If done with transparency and yes,
Yeah, I mean, with transparency,
it wouldn't be a breach.
it would be a breach, but beneficiaries can agree to things that might otherwise be considered a breach of the trust.
Well, it wouldn't be a breach if the beneficiaries are consenting to it or are informed about it.
Sure, but if there is knowledge, right, and the beneficiary has capacity and consents to conduct constituting the breach, that releases the trustee from liability for the breach, right?
Again, it wouldn't be a breach. It would just be an action that the trustee took in the best interest of the beneficiaries.
Okay.
Just be heard for one moment, Judge.
There was no specific objection, so nothing to rule on. Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with New Jersey Statute 3B:31-78 entitled Consent, Release, or Ratification by Beneficiary?
I've read it before, yes.
Okay. And you know it says a trustee is not liable to a beneficiary for breach of trust if the beneficiary, while having capacity, consented to the conduct constituting the breach, released the trustee from liability for the breach, or ratified transactions constituting the breach. Right.
That provided that the beneficiary was informed and they consented to it.
Right, yeah. What it implies actually is that there is a breach. There are ways a trustee can breach obligations, right? But released from liability for doing so by a beneficiary.
That's correct.
Right? It doesn't mean there was never a breach. It means that the breach, having taken place under certain circumstances, does not constitute liability for the trustee.
It's an act that goes against the trust, but the trustee acquiesced to or agreed to.
Right. And a trustee, and the beneficiary, you mean acquiesced to it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the beneficiary can be a child, right? And a child can't acquiesce to breach, right?
Correct.
But a parent can.
Correct. The
On
guardian.
their behalf.
Guardian or guardian.
Right.
Yes.
You mentioned previously that when you're creating a trust document, you would want the settlor to be present and any trustees to be present, right?
Yes, at least the primary trustee.
And you're going to want the trust document to be signed by the settlor and the primary trustee.
Yes.
And you're going to want their signatures on that trust to be witnessed by someone.
2 witnesses and a notary.
And a notary, the purpose of the notary is that the notary has a seal that they can place on the document, right?
No, their purpose is to verify that the person signing is not under duress. It's that it's the actual person signing that document.
Right, right. But that's why they put their stamp on it, to say, I looked at this, I'm a licensed notary in the state of New Jersey, and this is on the level. There's nothing suspicious going on here,
Yes.
right? And that way, when you have that seal, and when you have that notary signature, we can know that those things that you'd be worried about actually took place, right? That the person who signed it was actually the person whose signature purports to be, right? And that, yes?
Yes?
And that they were not doing it under duress, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the witnesses.
And the witnesses, but you mentioned that particularly in reference to the notary, right?
So the notary verifies the signature is the person that signed it.
Right. And this trust that you've reviewed is not notarized.
There's no notary there now. At least in the copy I have in front of me. Correct.
It's signed in the presence of 2 people, right?
Yes.
We don't know who they are.
Could be anyone that they chose to be a witness.
But below them, when you sign something, right, you're going to put your name and then put attorney of law in the state of New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Then we know you're an attorney. And if a notary signs something, they're going to put notary of the state of New Jersey and when their commission expires, right?
Yes. That's correct.
These people didn't put anything under their signature.
They did not. Other than witnesses.
And this trust document does not explain who these people are.
They don't have to be related to the person. They just could be anyone. Typically, attorneys use their admins or someone in their office for that.
Yeah, right, but do you know, you're saying typically again, or usually, but like, Do you know if these people were employees of this law firm, or do you know if there's some other people?
I don't know there.
So, just showing you S26. I'm going to approach John.
Okay.
You have a copy? Okay. So if we turn to page 14, right?
Yes.
I'd like to just publish page 14.
It's a part of S26.
It is. Okay. Now, let me just get the page number on there as well. Okay, so we're looking at page 14 of S26.
Yes.
We see at the bottom of the document, we see 4 signatures, right?
Correct.
The 2 people who we don't know who they are, one person whose signature purports to be Keith Caneiro, right?
Correct.
And one signature who purports to be Paul Caneiro, right?
Correct.
Now, obviously, we don't see that notary stamp on this document, right?
Correct.
And we don't see a signature from anybody describing themselves as a notary on this document, right?
Correct.
And so that purpose of a notary being present to make sure the people signing are who they say they are, we don't know if a person like that was even at this event, do we?
Not,
The answer has to be
there's
yes
no
or
notary, right?
There's no notary.
Right.
So we don't know if a person who was capable of doing those things was at this event, right?
Correct.
And obviously, you and everybody else in this room, we weren't there either, right?
That's correct.
So once again, we don't know what happened with the creation of this document, right?
We don't.
All right, thank you. Just to circle back to one thing that we were talking about before. We were talking about whether the trust was the owner of the insurance policy or whether it's possible that Keith could have retained ownership of the policy.
Yes.
If the policy documents, such as the annual reports from the insurance policy, were being sent care of Paul Caneiro, Trustee, Keith Caneiro, Irrevocable Trust, dated July 27th, 1999. That would be an indication that the insurance policy was held by the trust, right?
Yes.
And that would mean that the policy was the property of the trust rather than Keith Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And therefore, Keith would no longer be able to control the insurance policy.
That's correct. He wouldn't be able to alter it or take it out of the trust.
And that altering it or taking it out of the trust would include, and that would also include doing things like cashing out the cash value of the policy.
That's correct. The
He wouldn't
cash
be able to-
value will go to the trust.
He wouldn't be able to do that, right?
He wouldn't be able to.
there are ways to assign administrative duties regarding trust activities without changing a trustee, right?
Yes, the trustee can hire professionals to do administrative duties.
Well, like in a closely held family trust, one thing that people could do, right, is Keith could have Paul be the trustee, right? And he could have his wife, Jennifer, be responsible for administrative duties like mailing checks to the insurance company, right?
I suppose that's true.
Like there'd be nothing to prohibit that from happening, right?
Nothing's stopping it now.
And so the insurance company, they're not going to care, right, who they're getting the check from. They just want to make sure they're getting the quarterly premiums on the policy, right?
Right.
And you don't have to be the trustee to pay the premiums on the policy. Like you said, those responsibilities, those admin responsibilities, can be farmed out to others, right?
The actual act of sending the check.
Yeah,
Sure.
right. And if a trustee wanted to make another person responsible for giving notice to beneficiaries, they could do that as well.
Yes.
Now, there is a thing in New Jersey, and probably elsewhere, I'm sure, that is sort of colloquially referred to as a Slayer statute, right?
Yes.
And how does that statute operate?
Judge. It's so beyond the scope of direct, it's so beyond the scope of anything discussed. It's, I don't even know what to describe. Come on up.
So we know from the trust document itself that Paul and Corey were equivalent beneficiaries, right?
The alternate beneficiaries, yes.
And
Did you say alternate?
Yes.
What's the difference?
So the primary beneficiaries are the ones that are by default inherit through the trust.
I see what you're saying. So only in the alternative, that's what you mean. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't, you were saying something about Corey and Paul being alternatives.
No.
Okay, that was my confusion, my fault.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No
You guys
problem.
are probably smarter than me. That's fine.
but in that alternative scenario, Paul and Corey were equivalent beneficiaries.
Yes, they were 50-50.
They were 50-50. Meaning, in that alternative scenario, half would go to Paul and half would go to Corey, right?
If none of the beneficiaries were alive, or in this case, I guess divorced.
Now, there's a section of the New Jersey statutes, 3B:7-1.1, and it's titled Effective Intentional Killing on Intestate Succession. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that statute?
Purpose is to prevent someone from benefiting who have committed a killing to benefit themselves from that, to inherit.
So, essentially, an individual who's responsible for an intentional killing under this statute would be disclaimed from any testamentary gifts or any trust proceeds or anything like that, right?
That's true.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Great, thank you. Correct?
You just asked about that statute, Mr. Cardinas, correct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand. If Paul Caneiro, over here, he's convicted of killing Keith Caneiro, he can't get any of this money, correct?
No, it would go to the wife and kids.
But assuming, because in order for him to benefit at all, they all have to be dead, correct?
That's correct.
It's the only way that Paul Caneiro can benefit is if Keith Caneiro's dead, right? Right?
Yes.
Jennifer's dead,
Yes.
Sophia's dead,
Yes.
and Jesse's dead.
Yes.
Only way he benefits.
Yes.
But if he were to be convicted of intentionally killing Jesse, Keith, Jennifer, and Sophia, he couldn't benefit. Correct?
Correct.
I mean, makes sense, right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about how probate law can be complicated, correct?
Yes.
I think even the lawyers in this room can all agree. It's complicated, correct?
Yes.
Are there concepts or are there things within this trust, though, that are actually just common sense?
Objection. I don't, it's just, it's not an...
I'll ask you, you can ask that question differently. I'll sustain it just to the form. Go ahead.
Is taking money that doesn't belong to you, is that common sense?
Objection. Why would we need an expert to answer a question like that?
Are there layman's terms within the trust that anyone would be able to define and know?
Yes. I mean, I think there are good faith and acting in the best interest are terms that most people would say what is good faith, and it's doing things that are consistent with the intent of the person who asked you to do it.
Okay. I guess the question that I'm asking, and again, I'm only trying to make sure that the record is clear of what we're trying to get to here. From S26, the actual trust,
Yes.
are the words in the trust of are there words in the trust of average meaning that they mean what they mean?
There are some technical terms, but there are some areas where there are, meaning what they mean. Yes.
Okay. And are there areas within the trust that define the terms?
Yes, there's the definitions area.
Okay. But there's also, when we talk about statutes, that a trustee or a settler would have to abide by, those statutes are not located within the trust.
They are not located within the trust.
Okay. Mr. Decker, I don't know if I went too far, but I'm going to allow both of you to ask any questions based upon what I just asked, even if it's outside the redirect. Mr. Murray, I'll give you the opportunity for that. But Mr. Decker, go ahead.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, Mr. Murray, considering I asked a couple questions, just I'm hoping to be helpful to the jury. Whatever you need to do is up to you.
All right, thank you, Judge. So, I want to ask, also that obviously this, just based on Mr. Decker's questions to you at the end there, obviously that Slayer statute, the purpose of it is to make sure that a person who commits an intentional killing doesn't benefit in any way from a testamentary gift they would have otherwise been entitled to, right?
Correct, from those actions that he took to benefit.
Right. And that would include that the potential benefit that they could have to their family if they had been in that line of succession.
Yeah, it
right?
cuts off.
It cuts off that line of succession totally,
Yes.
right? Not just the killer, but the relations of the killer that otherwise benefit.
Correct.
And you said that there was a definition section of this
I think
trust?
there's a couple of areas where they have definitions as to what it means.
Okay.
Um,
But you're not saying there's a definition section?
No, there is no definition section, but they,
There's no section where technical terms in this trust are further defined for those people, right?
there isn't a definition section, correct?
Okay.
But there are areas where they define different terms.
Do you believe that things like good faith and whether or not good faith was present in a transaction, right? Those are things that are argued over by attorneys in courts, right? Right?
Yes,
I mean, they are, and so
in a legal
and so-
context.
Sure, but like attorneys on opposing sides can both have reasonable, meritorious arguments about whether good faith was present or not present in a particular situation, right?
Yes, in a legal context.
And that happens every day, right?
Of course.
Because sometimes things are not bright line rules, but as with many, many things in life, they are often existing in areas of gray, right?
For the most part.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Murray, you're all done?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Jeff.
Nothing else, Mr. Decker? Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. You can just leave everything up there. Mr. Decker will clean it up.
That's what I did.
Prosecutors, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge, state calls Dennis Corpora.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. If you don't mind just watching your step as you step up there, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, can you please sit down, get comfortable, and then state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dennis Corpora, Corpora.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you, if you don't mind, to keep your voice up. Jurors number 15 and 16 need to hear you over there, okay? Over here.
Okay.
You see that? Okay, great. Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. The last witness took the stylus.
Okay.
I don't think he meant it. Mr. Corpora, can you tell us where you live?
I live in Colts Neck.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm an optician.
Okay. Where do you work? Like, which state do you work in?
I have practices in New York and New Jersey.
Okay. Now, I want to just take you back to November 20th of 2018 in the early morning hours. Do you remember that time frame?
I do.
And how do you remember that?
I remember what happened.
Okay, so let's start there. Did something happen in the early morning hours that required you to make a phone call?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
I was lying in bed. I'm a very light sleeper. I seem to hear things all the time if there's a deer out there or something like that. And I heard gunshots that were very concerning, and that's what woke me up.
So you're lying in bed, you heard gunshots, and based upon that, did you immediately call 911?
No.
Okay, talk about what happened.
So when I heard the gunshots, living in Colts Neck, you do hear gunshots sometimes, but they're not like this. I woke up, I heard the gunshots, and I listened a little bit longer, and I said to myself, can I say what I said to myself?
That's up to the judge.
I talk to myself all the time. I don't know if that's the right thing to do or not. But all kidding aside, whatever you did,
very serious.
Yeah, whatever you did, then go ahead.
I woke up, I heard the shots, and I said, someone just got whacked. Those are the words I said to myself. Those exact words.
Okay.
Now, you didn't see anything, correct?
No, I was laying in bed.
Okay. Approximately how long did you wait before you called 911?
Well, I heard the shots. I remember listening to hear if I heard any screaming after that. My cell phone was on the side, on my nightstand right next to me, on my right-hand side. I screenshot, just the cell phone shows a time. I screenshot it, and then I went back to rest my eyes, and I said to myself, something happened at this exact time. Tomorrow morning, that's why you're taking the screenshot. I waited a little while. I just couldn't go back to sleep. I made a phone call to Colts Neck Police Department. I'm not sure if it was Colts Neck Police Department or 911. I was on my phone. And I explained to them I heard gunshots. I didn't want to say exactly what I was thinking. So I kind of went around the bush and said, do we allow hunting in the middle of the night? Meanwhile, I knew that wasn't what it is. I could tell the difference in the shots. And I called it in, and I went back to bed. I couldn't sleep. I called them back again because it was bothering me that something happened at this exact time. And they said we didn't find anything.
So, fair to say, you just described making two separate phone calls?
Yeah, there were two. I just knew something happened. I just had that feeling something happened. So I called back again because I was interested what happened.
Okay. Now, do you recall approximately what time you heard the shots and or what time you called 911?
I tried to look through my phone for the last few. I can't find my screenshot, but it was 3:20 something as I remember it. I heard the gunshots. I sat for a while, laid down for a while. I waited. I took the screenshot. I went back to closing my eyes, and then I called 911.
Now, prior to testifying in court today, did you review the 911 calls with us?
Yes.
And when you listened to those 911 calls, did they fairly and accurately capture your recollection of the phone conversation with 911?
It was definitely me speaking the 911 call, and I heard what I said. That was me speaking on the phone.
Okay, so that was you on both phone calls?
That was me on both phone calls, yes.
Now, I just want to approach with S-256.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-256 for identification. Do you recognize that?
It's just my name and 911 call.
Okay.
Now, have you reviewed, as we said, the 911 calls that you made on November 20th of 2018? Have you reviewed them prior to today?
Oh, yes.
I know I asked you that already, I'm sorry.
I was in a room where they were playing to me, yes. I don't have a copy of them.
Okay. Now, Judge, I would just ask for permission to publish, play the 911 call, the first one first.
Just give me the number one more time.
I'm sorry, S-256.
S-256.
Would be A and then B.
Any objection? Okay, go ahead.
Hi.
We start.
Colts Neck Police, Operator Ward.
Hey, how are you today?
Hi.
Question, do we have hunting in the middle of the night in Colts Neck or not?
No, you're not allowed to hunt anywhere in the middle of the night. Are you hearing gunshots?
I heard gunshots, yeah.
Okay, where are you? Let me send somebody to the area.
Fouling and River's Edge.
Okay, you don't see anything, you just hear it?
I was in bed and clearly I heard bump, and then one boom. Like, it's just clearly a gunshot.
Okay, absolutely. We'll send somebody right over to the area. And you said you can't see a car or anything that would be involved or anything like that, right? It's pretty dark.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Okay. What street are you on, just so we can get a reference point?
River's Edge.
You're on River's Edge.
It's like everything faces River's Edge and Fallon. So probably like right away. It just didn't seem right.
And how many of them did you hear?
It was five.
Five.
And then 2 secondary and one more.
Okay, let me send somebody where you're at there. Can I just get your name for my record?
Dennis Corpora.
And what's your telephone number, Dennis? Just for my record. We're not going to call you. Okay, and you don't want to speak to an officer. You just wanted the area checked, right?
Yeah, I don't care. I just think it would be if it was hunting and they took out a deer, I still could have thought of it. It's Sky Lane. I just don't want anyone else getting shot.
Yeah, let me just double check and make sure. No, I don't think if it was an officer putting down a deer, it would go off that much. And I don't see them doing anything right now. Yeah, so it's not an officer putting a deer down. All right, we'll send somebody right out. Thanks so much for reporting it, Dennis. Have a good morning.
Have a great day.
You too. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Sure. Was that you on the call?
That was me on the call.
Okay. And they asked you about your location, correct?
They did.
And what location did you provide to them and why?
I said River's Edge Drive and Fallings, because that's pretty much where I live. I gave them like cross streets.
Now, was it fair to say on that call that you were asked to describe, like, what you heard and, like, how many shots you heard?
She did say, "What did you hear?"
Okay. And did you describe the succession of shots on that call?
I've heard that. I did describe it.
Now, after you made the call right here, did you have any contact with police officers? Like, did they come directly to your house?
2 officers came to my house.
Okay. Now, did you get any information at that time, or did you have to call 911 back to find out what ultimately happened?
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
I
So
didn't
you're talking
understand.
about-
I didn't understand the question.
Okay. Let me just talk to you about November 20th, 2018. You called 911, correct?
Yes.
We just listened to it, right?
Yes.
Right after you called 911, did a police officer come to your house?
No.
Okay. Because you didn't see any police officers, did you later call back to try to find out what happened?
I tried to find out what happened.
Okay. And have you reviewed that second call?
I believe I heard that second call as well.
I'm going to play S256B this time.
No objection.
Okay. We played.
Colts Neck Police Operator 185.
Hi, it's actually Dennis Corpora again, but I called you gunshots before.
Okay.
Was everything okay?
And you said, what was the address that you were calling for?
I called from River's Edge and Phalanx about the gunshots that I heard.
Yeah, what was the address that you put? It was just Phalanx?
It was Phalanx and River's Edge Drive. I heard gunshots. I called in like maybe around 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's a disposition they wrote or not.
Oh, okay, because I heard sirens now, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm nervous.
It was unfounded. They didn't find anything.
Okay, just thank you so much for your time.
No problem. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Kapoor, was that you again on the 911 call?
That was me.
Okay. And at the end of that call, did they tell you the disposition of your 911 call?
They said unfounded.
No further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Corpora, good morning. So, the best of your recollection, the call that you placed that night was, you said 3:20 something, right?
Correct.
Which means you don't remember the exact time of the call.
3:20 something.
Right, so you don't remember the exact time, whether it was 3:29, 3:28, 3:27, you don't remember the exact time.
Not the exact time to the second, no.
Okay, or the minute, right? Because you didn't give us the minute, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I could roughly think about what it was, but 3:20 something.
Okay, and but you did speak with a 911 operator, correct?
I did.
Okay, and that person was taking down the information that you were giving them, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay, and now you met with the prosecutors in this case, correct?
I have.
Okay, and how many times?
Just once.
Once. And
Once that I could remember.
And was there another occasion where officers or detectives came to your house to speak with you as well?
There was a night where 2 detectives, I don't remember their name, came to the house.
Okay, and they wanted to talk to you about this case, right?
Correct,
And
yes.
specifically, they wanted to talk to you about the time of the call. That was part of the conversation.
They wanted, what did I hear, and did you hear anything else? And that's pretty much what I remember of it.
You told them, meaning either the prosecutors or the detectives, about that screenshot that you had taken, correct? Or that you thought you
Correct.
took?
No, I know I took the screenshot.
Okay, you told them about the screenshot, correct?
I did.
And that was in the context of the time of the call, correct?
It was after the call, because when I heard the gunshots, I remember waiting to hear if I hear anything else, like screaming, or there was going to be more gunshots. again, I was sleeping, so it takes a little bit of time to process this out of a sleep. And then I took the screenshot, went back to bed. When you say went back to bed, rest my eyes, and I'm staring up at the ceiling. And I knew something happened. I said, I have to call 911. So then I called 911.
Okay, here's the question again, sir. When you spoke with the prosecutors, you discussed the screenshot that you had taken, and the point of you identifying the fact that you took a screenshot was to try to pinpoint the relevant time frame that you had made the call. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And did they show you the CAD report in this case that indicates the record by dispatch when they received the call? Did they show that to you?
I mean, am I thinking back to 2018? Is that when they would have been showing it to me?
Anytime, when you met with them, more recently, anytime. Because you met with them recently, correct?
Yeah. I think they showed me a paper. Would that be a CAD report?
Did they ever inform you that the call was received at 3:33? Or 3:33?
I think they mentioned it came in at 3:33.
Okay. And you told them that you think maybe that's not right, it could be 3:20 something.
I remember when I woke up in the morning, it said 3:20 something.
Okay. And then do you recall telling a detective that you spoke with, we heard from him yesterday, that you waited 1 minute before calling?
I would imagine when I spoke to him, that's 7 years ago, that if I said I waited a minute, waiting a minute, like I'll be there in a minute. Like I don't know, I didn't have a time stamp of how long I waited. I'll be there in a minute. I waited a minute, so I waited, and it just didn't feel right, so I made that phone call to 911.
But when you spoke to the detective in this case, you already knew that something did happen, right? When you said you waited a minute, this was part of the investigation of the aftermath, right? That wasn't the night of the call, correct?
It was a few days later.
Okay, so you live in Colts Neck, you learned what happened, right?
I can't, I don't remember when I learned of what happened. I would imagine by the second day, I would imagine I knew everything about it.
Okay, so when you say that that when you heard the gunshots, it was very concerning, and that someone had just got whacked, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you're giving information to the detective, you're going to try to be as accurate as possible?
I'm going to try to be as accurate as possible, but it's also, after I heard it, what I said to myself, those words, whacked, was embarrassing that I would use such a word. And I don't think I would have ever said that word ever again.
Okay, so my point is this. Your memory of what happened is obviously much better back then than it is today, correct?
Correct.
Because back then it was only a day or two later, maybe 3 days.
Okay.
Whereas today it's been over 7 years, correct?
Correct, but I still remember it pretty well.
Okay, so if you told the detective, I waited a minute, right, and you were giving him that information to help his investigation, that's probably a little bit more accurate than what you remember today, right?
When I said I waited a minute, it could have been 2 minutes, it could have been 3, it wasn't like I'm looking at the watch and the phone and saying how long I waited. I don't know what the time frame was between the phone call and I waited.
So let me ask you this. I'm just going to ask you this, okay?
You got to let him finish, but of course you can ask him whatever you want. Just let him finish his answer. Go ahead.
Are you finished?
I am finished.
When you met with the prosecutors, right, and the detectives, and they're trying to figure out the time that, you made the call or heard the gunshots, did they, and you mentioned the screenshot, you never found the screenshot, correct?
I looked endlessly through my phone and I could not come up with it.
Okay, so the answer is no, you couldn't find it, right?
Correct.
Okay, what about your phone records? Did anyone ask you to just check your phone records? See what time you made the call?
To 911?
Yes.
No. But again, that would be on my screenshot of my phone, I would imagine.
The one you didn't find, right?
The one I didn't find.
Okay, so if you didn't find the screenshot, did anyone ever follow up with you and say, well, can you check your phone records? Because you can go on like My Verizon or something to that effect.
I don't remember ever doing that.
Right, so the question is not whether you remember doing it. The question is, did anyone ever ask you to do it?
I don't remember anyone asking me for phone records.
Well, if they had, you would have given it to them because you want to
100%.
cooperate with the investigation, correct?
100%.
Okay, and no one ever, to your knowledge, subpoenaed your phone records to determine the time of the call, right?
If they would, no one ever told me they did that. If they did it behind my back, I would not know.
Okay, well, no one ever showed you your phone records and said, hey, look, we have your phone records, this is the time of the call. No one did that, right?
No.
Okay. And when you originally called 911, you didn't tell them at that time, I heard the shots 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. You didn't give a time frame when you spoke to 911, correct?
I did not. I think I just said I heard shots.
Right. Would you agree that it was implied that you had just heard them?
Implied to who?
To the 911 dispatcher who's getting the information.
I would imagine they would imply that I heard gunshots and, it was, pretty imminent that I heard them.
Right, okay. And you also said that you heard bump, 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 and then boom. Do you recall saying that on the call just now?
I recall that.
Okay, why is it bump, 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 bump? Was there something different about the boom? Did it sound different?
No, the shots came out. Do you want me to say how I recall them coming out?
Well,
Do you want me to play you in my mind how those gunshots came out?
What I'm asking you, sir, is was there anything different between the bump, 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 bump and the boom as far as did it sound like a different sound? Yes or no?
No, the sound was the same,
Okay. And
but there was a pause.
there was a pause between the bump, 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 and then a pause, and then the boom.
There was a good pause, and then there was a next shot coming out.
Okay. And when you spoke to the 911 dispatcher and they asked for your location, you said a cross-section that's near where you live, correct?
My street corner and the main street that passed there.
And you said it's River's Edge and...
Phalanx.
Okay. But you didn't say to the 911 operator, like, I heard the shots, they sound a couple miles away, did you?
No.
Did they sound far away?
I heard them clearly.
Okay. So does that mean they sounded close?
Close enough that I heard them distinctively well.
Okay. Were you made aware that you're approximately 2 to 3 miles away from where this...
It could be, but again, you're in the dead of the night in Colts Neck, and where we live is very, very quiet.
Okay.
It was distinctive.
Okay. So when you spoke to the 911 operator, you just said, I heard these shots, and you assumed they were in the nearby vicinity of where you live.
Yes.
And you told the 911 operator that you asked if it was hunting, right? You're like, is someone hunting? Right? That was your question?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. And so here's my next question. Did it sound like a rifle or a shotgun?
Absolutely not. It was a pistol.
Okay. Why did you not tell the 911 operator that when you spoke with her? Let me ask you this.
She never asked me to define what kind of gun it was. Or I could only go with my opinion what it sounded like.
Okay. So you didn't inform. Here's yes or no question. You did not inform the 911 operator that it did not sound like an actual hunting gun.
They never asked me that question.
No, and you never gave that information.
They didn't ask. I didn't answer.
Thank you. you. I don't have any other questions.
You're right.
No, thanks.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Reports for one quick moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
Court is back in session.
Everybody can be seated. Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to call Captain Brian Weiss.
Good morning, sir. Can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure. Brian Weisbrot, W-E-I-S-B-R-O-T.
Okay, if you can make yourself comfortable, just please make sure you speak up so juror number 15 and 16 can hear you, okay? All right, thank you. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Captain, can you tell us where you work?
Sure. I'm employed with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, and approximately how long you've been employed with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Approximately 13 years.
Okay. Now, did you have any prior law enforcement experience when you came to the prosecutor's office?
I did. Prior to coming to Monmouth County, I was a detective in the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office for approximately 10 years. Prior to that, I worked as a police officer with the U.S. Capitol Police Department in Washington, D.C., and I also served as a Class II Special Police Officer for the City of Long Branch Police Department and the Avon Police Department.
Okay, so you started with Long Branch Police Department as a Class II Special,
I did, yes.
and then you went to Capitol Police in D.C.?
Avon Police
Avon?
first? Yeah,
In the Capitol Police?
correct.
Okay. And then you came back to New Jersey, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And where were you assigned at that point in time in your career?
I was assigned as a detective in our Major Crimes Bureau, and I was working at our Asbury Park Satellite Office.
Okay, and the Asbury Park Satellite Office of the Prosecutor's Office does what?
The primary function is to investigate crimes that occur within the Asbury Park and surrounding areas. Neptune Township, Ocean Township is one of those towns, and a lot of the shore communities as well.
Okay. Now, on November 20th, 2018 in the morning, did you receive a call and ask to respond to a location?
Yes, I did. I received a call at approximately 7:30 in the morning from Sergeant Michael Maglioso, who was the supervisor at the prosecutor's office, requesting that I respond to assist the Ocean Township Police Department with the fire investigation.
Okay, and did you ultimately respond there?
I did, yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
8:30 a.m.
Now, when you got to the scene, if you didn't say, what was the location, the address?
27 Tilton Drive in Ocean.
Okay. When you got there, did you meet with other police officers or fire officials or anyone to determine kind of what they knew at that point?
Yes, I did. I was when I arrived, I had met with Detective Christopher Brady from the Ocean Township Police Department, as well as fire officials that were on scene.
Okay. Now, did that include representatives from the Monmouth County Fire Marshal's office?
Right.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of the approximate time of the call to that location?
Yes, I was.
And what time was that?
4:59 a.m.
Okay, and was relating to, what was the actual nature of the call?
So there was 2 calls for service. The first came in from Alarm Relay, which is an alarm company that was providing service to 27 Tilton Drive. That was for a report of a fire alarm activation, and the second call came in from one of the residents of 27 Tilton Drive reporting fire and smoke in the home.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you learn that police and fire responded to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you arrived on scene after getting some information about the call, things that happened prior to you getting there, did you make any observations at that location or any vehicles that were present at 27 Tilton?
Yes, I did. I took note that there were some fire vehicles that were still on scene there.
Okay. Were there any vehicles in the driveway of 27 Tilton?
Yes, there were 3 vehicles.
Okay. Do you recall what they were generally?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us?
Sure. There was a white Porsche Macan. There was a white Porsche 911 Carrera with a red convertible top, and there was a Jeep Wrangler that was gray in color.
Now, at some point after being at the scene, were you at some point directed to one of the homeowners?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And did you approach him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with anyone when you did?
Detective Christopher Brady.
Okay. Now, at approximately 9:50 a.m. that morning, is that about accurate when you approached Mr. Caneiro with Detective Brady?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that interaction?
To ask Mr. Caneiro if he would provide consent for us to search the Porsche Macan that was parked in the driveway of the residence.
Okay. And how does that happen, asking for Mr. Caneiro's consent to search the car? How do you do that?
We had explained to Mr. Caneiro that there appeared to be burn patterns on the hood of the car, and that we wanted to check inside the car to make sure that the fire didn't extend into the engine compartment. And when Mr. Caneiro had indicated that he would provide us with consent, I then produced a consent to search form and reviewed the form with Mr. Caneiro to ensure that he understood what his rights were pertaining to that consent.
I'm going to approach you with S93 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
This is the consent to search form that I had reviewed with Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And is that actually read to Mr. Caneiro? How does that work?
Yes, it is. I produced the form. I wrote on the form Paul Caneiro's name, and I also wrote on the form that we were requesting permission to search a motor vehicle, and I wrote Porsche Macan bearing New Jersey registration DCH 3105, white in color.
Okay. Now, underneath the description of that vehicle you just described, it says, I've been advised of and understand the following, correct?
Correct.
Can you read what you read to him?
Sure. I have been advised of and understand the following, and I read, I have the right to refuse to allow police to conduct a search. After I read that right, I asked Mr. Caneiro to place his initials next to that line. Once he did that, I read line number 2, I have the right to revoke my consent to search at any time and may stop the search at any time. After I read that line to Mr. Caneiro, I had him place his initials on the line, which he did. I then proceeded to read line 3, I have the right to be present while the search is conducted, and there's an option to circle either I waive or do not waive this right. And I explained to Mr. Caneiro what waive versus do not waive means. Waiving the right would mean that he wouldn't necessarily have to be present for the search. If he did not waive, he was basically advising that he wanted to be present while the search took place. I explained that to Mr. Caneiro and asked him to circle on the form whether he waives or does not waive. He circled I waive, and then he was requested to place his initials on that line as well, which he did.
Now, getting back to that waive versus not waive, and I don't want to overcomplicate this, but is that circled correctly on that form, or is it circled in error?
It was circled in error by Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, and so what was Mr. Caneiro's statement to you regarding whether or not he wanted to be present versus not wanted to be present?
He had told us that he wanted to be present for the search.
Okay, of the Macan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it then goes on to say what?
I authorize the police officers and retain any items of evidential value which they consider pertinent to their investigation. I understand that I will be given a receipt of anything which is taken as evidence by the police. I asked Mr. Caneiro to place his initials next to that line if he understood what I had read to him. The next line says, I have given this permission voluntarily of my own free will, without coercion, fear, or threat. And I had asked Mr. Caneiro to place his initials next to that line after he voluntarily provided the consent. He agreed to do that, which he did. He also signed the form, dated the form 11/20/2018 at 9:50 a.m. I placed my signature on the form along with the date, and so did Detective Christopher Brady of the Ocean Township Police Department.
Now, can you tell us who actually conducted the search on November 20th, 2018 of the Porsche Macan?
Detective Nicholas Catalona, he works in the prosecutor's office in the Forensic Bureau.
Okay, were you present?
Yes, I was.
Was Detective Brady present?
Yes, he was.
And what did this search, what was the search of the Macan? Could you tell us what happened?
Sure. The primary reason for the search was to determine whether or not fire had extended and damaged inside the engine compartment of the vehicle. As I previously explained, there were burn patterns on the outside of the car. So if you're looking at the car on the hood area, there appeared to be like brown color staining, which was indicative that there could have been something poured on the vehicle. and we wanted to make sure nothing burned into the engine compartment. The vehicle, the engine compartment was examined and also photographed by Detective Catalone.
Was anything taken from the vehicle that day, November 20th, 2018?
No.
Was anything later taken from that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, were you made aware that Ocean Township police officers, prior to your arrival, had identified a DVR at Mr. Canero's residence?
Yes, I was.
Now, as a result of that, did you, at some point that morning, did you and Detective Brady, did you approach Mr. Caneiro again about the potential for consent to the search of the DVR?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where did that conversation occur?
In front of his home.
I want to show you what's been marked as S94 for identification.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is it?
This is a Monmouth County Uniform Consent to Search form that I completed and reviewed with Mr. Caneiro.
Is that? I'm sorry.
Regarding the request to search his QC 8-channel DVR system in his home.
Okay. And is that a standard form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Have you used that form prior to November 20th, 2018?
Yes, many times.
You used it afterwards?
I have, yes.
Okay. Now, was that form explained to Mr. Caneiro in a manner that was similar to the way that the consent to search for the vehicle was explained to him?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And did you, even though you had already read him that form that day, did you read it to him again one by one?
I did. I followed the same process that I just explained regarding the consent to search of his vehicle.
And are there places on that form where he actually placed his initials?
Yes.
And what does that represent?
That he provided his consent for us to search the DVR system.
As you go through it and he puts initial on it, does it indicate that he understands as well?
Yes, it does.
Now, ultimately, was that form, what's the S number on there? I'm sorry, Captain?
S94.
94.
S94. Was that ultimately signed by yourself
Yes, it was.
and by Detective Brady
It was, yes.
and by Mr. Caneiro?
Correct.
Okay. And later, did you, or after that occurred, did you ultimately get possession of the DVR?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where did you take it?
Detective Nicholas Catalona from our Forensic Bureau had provided me with the DVR.
And did you take it anywhere ultimately?
I did. I transported it to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Okay. Now, upon arrival, or during the course of your time at the scene on November 20th, 2018, did you make like 360 observations of the home
I did, yes.
on the exterior?
Yes.
Okay. And did you at any point in time look for, or did anyone identify or point out any cameras on the exterior of the home?
Yes, both. I was told that there was cameras on the home, and I also observed them myself.
Okay. We'll get there in a bit, but just as far as if you could just give us a summary of what cameras you ultimately identified during the course of your investigation at 27 Tilton.
Sure. What cameras did I identify that morning?
No, which cameras total?
Total, okay. So there were 8 cameras at 27 Tilton Drive. There were 5 cameras that were supported by the QC DVR that we just discussed, that Mr. Caneiro provided consent to search for. 4 of the cameras were affixed to the outside of his home in the garage area. 1 camera was located in the garage of Mr. Caneiro's home. There was a Ring doorbell camera affixed to the front of the house. If you're facing the front door, it was to the right of the door. And there was ultimately determined to be 2 Google Nest cameras in the basement area of the residence as well.
Okay. Now, once you got possession of the QC DVR from Detective Catalona, did you ultimately, I'm sorry if you said it, did you ultimately go to the police department in Ocean Township?
Yes, I did.
And were efforts made to search or to access the DVR system?
Yes, I had made contact with Detective Scott Valenti of our electronic surveillance unit and requested that he respond to the Ocean Township Police Department to assist us with gaining access to the DVR system.
Okay, was access ultimately gained?
Yes, it was.
Just going to approach with what's been marked as S272. DVR. Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
This is a CDR containing the DVR footage from 27 Tilton Drive.
Have you reviewed, did you review some of the footage on there that day at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed the contents of those recordings thereafter?
Yes, many times.
Now, if I could go to the back table computer. One notch, just now, Captain, can you tell us if you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted on the screen right now?
That is an image of the QC camera that is located within Paul Caneiro's garage at 27 Tilton Drive.
Is there a time on there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, what's the time?
So the time is 2:28:01 on November 20th, 2018.
Okay. Now, during the course of your initial review at the Ocean Township Police Department, were you able to determine the accuracy of that time?
Yes. The first thing that we did once we accessed the DVR was to determine whether or not the time and date stamp on the DVR was accurate to real time.
Okay. And what did you determine in that regard?
We determined that the DVR was 1 hour fast. So the screen was reporting 2:28:01. The actual time was 1:28:01.
Now, at this point in time, I would like to play the video through once. Now, I just want to play it again. I'm going to ask if we could pause it at a particular time. So if we play that again, we're going to pause at 2:28:20 approximately. Detective, is there a change in the video right now?
Yes. Lights or a light came on inside the garage.
Did anything else become visible in the garage when that happened?
Yes. There is a vehicle parked in the one of the bays of the garage.
Did you later ascertain the identity of that vehicle?
Yes, I did. That is a Porsche Cayenne. That vehicle was registered to Susan Caniero, who is Paul Caneiro's wife.
Now, when you got to the scene at 27 Tilton that morning, was the vehicle in the garage?
No, it wasn't.
Where was it?
Mr. Caniero had advised that when he and his family left the home due to the discovery of the fire, he pulled the Porsche Cayenne out of the garage and relocated it to the street so that he and his family could remain there until the police and fire personnel arrived.
Okay. Did you ultimately make observations of the vehicle on Tilton Drive that morning?
Yes, I did. Paul, his wife Susan, and their two daughters were inside the vehicle while the police and the fighters were on scene.
Okay, I'm going to continue playing and pause at approximately 2:28:30. What happened there, Detective?
An individual appears on the lower portion of the camera frame.
Now, you can continue playing to the end. Now, Captain Weisbrot, to be clear, what happens at approximately 2:28:35 in that video clip?
The screen immediately goes black.
Did you learn what happened?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
The DVR system was turned off.
Okay. Now, at any point during your review on November 20th, 2018, did you determine whether the DVR was operational for a period of time prior to the fire being reported?
Yes, while reviewing the data contained on the DVR that was stored on the device, we determined that the DVR was operational without interruption dating back to October 27th of 2018.
Now, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding the layout of the video. Now, that garage at 27 Tilton, is it attached or detached?
It's an attached garage.
Now, do you recall whether or not the inside of that garage was photographed by the forensics unit during the investigation into the fire?
Yes, it was.
And we've seen the photo. We'll see it again, so I'm going to skip through the photo. Now, actually, can I have S1A? Sorry. Could I have slide 120, please? Of S1A. Now, that's another show. Captain, did you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What does that show?
This is a photograph of the garage at 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Do you see the camera in the garage?
Yes, I do.
Okay, where is it?
It's mounted on the wall, so it would be the far back wall that's adjacent to the interior of the home. It's mounted above Gladiator metal storage cabinets, just above and to the right of the refrigerator.
There's a stylus up there. Could you just circle where the camera is?
Sure.
Please. Okay. Can we preserve that, please?
This will be 120.1.
And there's a button on the bottom of the screen that says undo, if you can see that.
Yes.
Can you just hit that until the circle goes away? Okay. Can I have slide 62, please? Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the kitchen area inside 27 Tilton Drive, and you can see the camera angle is facing towards the north. So through that open door is a mudroom, and then you can see there's another open door that leads into the garage area of the residence.
Okay, can I have slide 63 of S1A? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a piece of furniture with some clothing and shoes inside the mudroom area of the residence at 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. And can I have slide 64, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes. This is also a photograph of the mudroom. To the left is the left door. You can see the kitchen area. That right door, which is white in color, leads to the garage, and obviously straight ahead is the bathroom.
Okay. So if you basically to the right of where we see that door is the garage.
That's correct.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about the home also having some Nest cameras.
Yes.
Now, that Nest is a brand, correct?
Yeah. Google Nest.
Sorry?
Google Nest.
Okay. Now, were you able, during the course of your investigation, to determine whether those cameras continued to be operational after the time of the fire, or after the time frame of the video we just watched? Bad question. The way you're looking at me, I'm going to ask you again. Did you have the opportunity to determine whether or not the Nest cameras in the house were operational after the time frame of the video we just watched from the garage?
So they were not operational at the time of the fire.
Now, I would like to show you what has been marked as S274 for identification.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as 273 for identification. If you need a little light, I can. Do you want some light?
I can see, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, and what is that?
This is an email that we had recovered. It's dated November 20th, 2018 at 1:42 a.m.
Okay. And where does it come from?
The email arrived from notifications@nest.com and was delivered via email to pcaneiro@me.com.
Does that fairly inaccurately depict the email that you ultimately located during the course of this investigation?
Yes, it does.
Now, if I may publish S273.
Any objection?
Can we just approach quickly?
Sure. You can publish it.
So, do you see on the screen that email?
I do.
Okay. Now, you read where it came from and where it went to already, correct?
Yes, that what's published is a different email than the one that I have up here.
Oh. I'm sorry. I read 273 because I'm holding it. Can I have S274 on the screen? So we're going to start here. Okay. Sorry. Is what you have in front of you the same as what's on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, what does the body of the email say?
Heads up, your basement, parentheses, work area, camera in 27 Tilton Drive is offline. It disconnected at 1:31 a.m. It might be because of an electrical outage, someone unplugging the camera, or a bad internet connection. Here's the last thing your camera saw.
And is there a photo there?
Yes, there is.
During the course of your investigation, were you ever in the basement of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so did you make observations of the entirety of the basement?
Yes, I did.
Now, this area that's depicted in the last thing the camera saw, do you know where that area is in the basement?
I do, yes.
Okay, where is it?
That is on the eastern side of the basement. The basement, if you divide the basement in half was finished, half was unfinished. The eastern side of the basement was unfinished, and this is a photograph capturing an individual standing in front in the basement on the unfinished side of the basement.
And are you aware of any evidential items were seized from the area depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I am.
And just generally speaking, what are they?
Sure. There were numerous firearms and an assortment of ammunition seized from this area. Several handguns located in or around the workbench that's depicted in that image were later submitted to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit for analysis.
Okay. Just one quick question, then approach issue of question.
Within that photograph, there's an area down here that I'm pointing to. Do you see that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a metal storage locker that's perforated, meaning it has essentially cuts into the cabinet so you can see the contents inside.
Okay, is that in the background of that photo?
Yes, it is.
Middle of the top of the photo?
Correct.
Okay, was there another Nest camera that went offline in the basement that morning?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Do you know where that was generally?
Yes, that was also in the basement.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as S273 this time.
The other one was 274?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
That's okay, 274. Now this is 273. Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and what is it?
This is a image captured from the Nest camera, the second Nest camera that's in the basement. This camera is also located in the unfinished area of the basement, so that would be the east side of the basement.
Can I have S273, please, published? If there's... Okay, so on the screen right now, is that what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is that the same email?
Yes, it is.
And what does that email say in the body?
So this email was received from notifications@nest.com. It was sent to pcaneiro@me.com, and the email states, "Heads up, your basement, parentheses, entry and doors to work area, camera in 27 Tilton Drive is offline. It disconnected at 1:31 a.m. It might be because of an electrical outage, someone unplugging the camera, or a bad internet connection. Here's the last thing your camera saw."
And is there a photo there?
There is, yes.
Now, that photo, do you know where that's from, that area?
Yes, I do. That's from the unfinished section of the basement. If you look to the right of that photograph, you'll see a set of doors. If you make a right through those doors, that brings you to the finished section of the basement.
Now, just want to show you from S1A, slide 91. Captain, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the unfinished section of the basement that we just discussed, obviously post-fire.
Okay. Now, you talked about a storage locker earlier, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you see it in that photograph?
I do. It's essentially in the center of the photograph. It's perforated so you can see through it and has a padlock. It's gray in color.
The view that we're looking at here, is that the same or substantially similar to the view that is depicted in the email from
S274?
That is essentially the same view. The workbench that I had mentioned earlier is to the left, and that photograph is essentially pointing to the north if you're in the basement.
Could I have slide 105, please, if that's 1A? Captain, do you recognize that, what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph from the unfinished side of the basement area of 27 Tilton Drive. In this photograph, you can see a large metal storage shelving unit. Next to that shelving unit is a wood dresser that sustained fire damage. Above that is a window well leading to the outside backyard area of 27 Tilton Drive. And on the floor area, there is a pile of debris. Obviously, this photo is post-fire.
Were you present in this area during the course of your investigation?
I was, yes.
Does that accurately depict the way it looked on November 20th and ensuing days?
Yes, it does.
Now, can I have slide 109 of S1A, please? Is that essentially the same area, different, a little bit closer up, I guess?
Yes.
I have slide 110. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
This is also a photograph from the unfinished section of the basement. It's just taken from a different angle. If you look to the top left, you'll see that window well that I just mentioned. You can see the fire debris on the floor and the fire hoses, obviously, that are draped coming from the outside of the home into the basement. And the doors to the right would lead to the finished section of the basement.
Now, I'm just showing you, can we have S273 for one moment? Captain, what's on your screen and on the large screen? That photograph, is that the same area that you just discussed in the photos from 27 Tilton?
Yes, it is.
Now, during the course of your investigation, was any evidence seized from this area here?
Yes.
What was that generally?
In that debris pile that I had explained, there was evidence that was collected and sent to the New Jersey State Police Forensic Laboratory for analysis.
I have slide 7 briefly. Judge, again, it's S1A, slide 7.
Gotcha.
Captain, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
I don't want to belabor it, but what's that show?
The driveway, the upper driveway area of 27 Tilton Drive, depicting two vehicles.
Okay. And it's one of those vehicles in Macon?
Yes, the vehicle, the white SUV vehicle, is a Porsche Macan parked furthest away from the individual taking the photograph.
Okay. Are there any other homes depicted in that photograph?
Yes, behind you can see a home that is 19 Oxford Drive. That is a street and a house that's directly behind 27 Tilton.
Can I have you put a 19 above the roof line of that home?
Sure.
Can you preserve that, please?
That'll be 7.1.
Captain, you can undo that. You can undo that.
Thank you.
I just also want to show you, it's marked as S270 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and unless there's an objection, can we publish that?
Any objection other than what we said before?
No, Judge, I have no objection.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see what's on the screen in front of you?
I do.
Is that the same document that's in S270?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what's that show?
It's an aerial photograph from Google depicting 27 Tilton Drive and 19 Oxford Drive and the surrounding area.
And is there a pin, so to speak, on one of the houses?
Yes, 19 Oxford.
Now, can you tell us, just to make sure it's very clear, which, if you could see 27 Tilton in that picture?
I can, yes.
Okay, could you just put an X on it? We can preserve that, please.
270.1.
Thank you. Now, as far as 27 Tilden goes, Captain, did you identify any cameras affixed to the home at 19 Oxford in Ocean Township? Okay. And ultimately, was camera footage seized from 19 Oxford in
Yes.
Ocean Township?
Yes, the home had 8 cameras, 2 of which were affixed to the rear of the residence facing 27 Tilton Drive, and we had secured those recordings.
Do you recall, all right, so there's 2 cameras on the rear of the home?
Yes.
Now, camera 5, are you familiar with the camera 5 from 19 Oxford?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S271 for identification.
I think what we're going to do is, I'm going to allow the jurors to get lunch now, before we go into more video, just to give everyone a little bit of a break. If we could turn the lights back on, please. It's been a busy morning. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to take a break. You're going to go downstairs for lunch. Juror number 9's buy-in. You like winter. Not my fault. Kidding. So please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. We'll have you back up at 1:30. I just want to make sure you get the full hour, and then we'll come back up and we'll continue on. All right? All right, thank you all. All right, Captain, you're going to be, you're still under oath, so obviously please don't discuss this case with anybody during the lunch hour. You'll be back here at 1:30. You can go right back to your seat, and we'll continue on with the direct examination, okay? All right, thank you. Can I just see the attorneys? I swear I'll be 2 minutes. Even less. Okay, we'll start back up at 1:30. afternoon, please be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good lunch? Did you pick it up?
Yes, yes.
How you doing?
His own.
We got time. We got time before this is all over.
Pizza party.
We're back on the record, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone for Mr. Caneiro, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, so we're still in the direct examination of Captain Weiss brought. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Captain, I think right before the break, we were talking about how 19 Oxford had two channels or two cameras that you deemed to be potentially relevant in this investigation.
Yes, correct.
Now, can I have S-271A? Captain, do you recognize what's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do. This is an image of camera 5, which captures the rear property of 19 Oxford Drive in Ocean Township.
Okay, and is it light out or dark out?
It's light out.
Okay. Can you see, I know it's a little small, can you see the time that's depicted on that screen, the bottom left?
Yes, 9 o'clock a.m. on November 19th, 2018.
Okay, so is this part of the footage that was obtained from 19 Oxford, camera 5?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe what's depicted in the footage that we see in front of us?
Sure. Again, it's the rear yard of 19 Oxford, capturing the outside deck area, as well as an in-ground swimming pool. And in the back left corner, you can see 27 Tilton Drive, a portion of the house of 27 Tilton Drive.
Just for purposes of clarity, can you identify the northernmost portion of 27 Tilton as depicted in that video?
Yes, that would be the garage, essentially where the garage doors are located. Would you like to mark it?
Can I ask you to put a box, like a rectangle, in the area of where the garage ends and the driveway begins?
Sure. The left line would be where the garage ends, and then the driveway would extend north.
Now, your particular focus with respect to camera 5, would it have been, or would it be in that, essentially in the area around that square rectangle?
Yes, it would.
Can we preserve that?
So, Doug, this is S-271. Is this part of A, B, or C?
Sorry, Judge. This is S-271. It contains clips of footage from cameras 5 and camera 7 from 19 Oxford. This is A, what's on the screen.
So if I'm going to say S-271A.1, we're good?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Captain, can you undo that?
Sure.
Can we run that clip through once? That was a 10-second clip, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is from the morning of November 19th, correct?
That's correct.
Representative sample of what you would see during daylight hours from that camera?
Yes, it is.
Now, if I could have S-271B. This is a clip from 19 Oxford, camera 5, clip with the word leaving in it. Now, I'm going to ask you if you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, I can tell you that this is a nighttime image of the video from 19 Oxford, and if you look in the top left corner of the screen, you will see the area where 27 Tilton Drive is captured.
Okay. And is there a date and time on that footage at the beginning?
Yes, the date is November 20th, 2018, and the time is 2:05:50 a.m.
Can we play that through once, please? Go to 20600 approximately. I may ask you to pause it. We can play that. Pause it for a second. Is there any light in the area of the driveway?
Yes, there's an appearance of light in the area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive.
Keep playing. Thank you. Pause it, please. Did you see anything there, Captain?
Yes, there was additional light that illuminated in the area of the garage at 27 Tilton Drive.
Go.
What time did we stop it at?
Sorry, Judge, it was 206:41. Pause it there, please. Can you tell us what you just saw, Captain?
Yes. You can see a pattern of lights near the top area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive. Those lights then move from left to right on the screen, backing up. The lights then are seen going right to left on the screen, approaching what is the area of the driveway near Tilton Drive. This is consistent with the vehicle backing up and then exiting the driveway in a forward position after essentially making a K-turn on the driveway.
Did you Just go back to 207-20. Let me slow that down one notch. I'm just going to play a couple seconds. Stop that. Pause that, please. Now, we'll pause at 207-28. Can you tell us what you just saw happen with respect to the lights?
Sure. A vehicle was observed driving down the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive,
Did the lights just disappear?
and the lights disappeared, yes.
Just going to, in a moment, we'll start it. I'm just going to ask you to let us know if the lights reappear. Sorry. Did the lights reappear, Captain?
Yes, they did.
And they then disappear again?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, based upon your review of this portion of the surveillance, can you describe the movement of the vehicle?
Sure. You can see the vehicle backing up, making a K-turn on the driveway, exiting the driveway, and heading towards the bend in Tilton Drive.
And again, just for context, what's the time right now on the video?
The time is 2:05:50 a.m.
Beginning? That's the beginning of the video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we were just talking about the time frame of approximately 2:07:23 to 2:07:30.
Yeah, that's correct. 2:07:34 is when the lights disappeared.
Now, you talked about another camera on the rear of 19 Oxford, correct?
Yes, that would be Channel 7.
Did you review footage from Channel 7 as a part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to show first S271C. Now, before we play that, can you tell us what the date and time is on there?
Sure. The date is November 19th, 2018, and the time is 09:00 a.m.
Okay. So November 19th at 9 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us what's depicted in what's on the screen right now?
Sure. This is an image depicting, again, the rear of 19 Oxford Drive in Ocean Township, covering the back deck area of that home, and behind this home, or essentially in front of here, you can see in the background a larger portion of 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, anywhere in what's on the screen right now, does it depict the end of the garage and kind of the driveway area?
Yes, it does.
Can you just put a rectangle or square around that area?
Sure. The garage area and the driveway area would be in this area here.
Can we preserve that, please?
271C1. About one, I should say.
Once that prints, you can undo that. Can you just tell me how many windows you can see on the top floor of 27 Tilton?
I can see 4 windows.
Could I just briefly have S1A, slide 14? Sorry, Judge, we just have one moment. Captain, you recognize what's depicted in S1A, slide 14?
Yes, I do. It's the rear side of 27 Tilton Drive, showing the fire damage that was sustained to the home.
Can you see the four top windows that you described just a moment ago?
Yes, you'll see on the second floor of that house, the upper windows. There's four of them that I just previously identified.
Please take that down, please. Can I have, I'm going to ask for S271D at this point. Before we play that, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a image, a still of 19 Oxford Drive, camera 7, which captures the rear of 19 Oxford and the rear of 27 Tilton as well.
Again, I'm just going to play that video fully through. It's approximately 7.5 minutes. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Pause it for one moment. Did you see lights come on in the screen?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where they came from?
27 Tilton Drive.
Keep playing. Can you pause it for a moment? We're paused at 04:57, 11 seconds a.m., correct, Captain?
That's correct.
What did you see?
The first evidence of fire is visible on the left area of the screen. That fire was obviously at 27 Tilton Drive.
Can we minimize that for now? Can I have S271E? E, please. can you, now, which camera's on the screen now?
This is camera number 5.
Okay, what's the date and time?
Date is November 20th, 2018. The time is 4:08:15 a.m.
Okay. Now, just gonna play it through, and I might pause it at some point. Pause that for a moment. Captain, what did you just see?
Lights appeared in the area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay, can we keep going now? Can we go to 4:08:40, slow it down one notch? Can we play? Thank you. Captain, can you tell us what we just saw?
Sure. We saw those lights appearing in the area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive. After letting the video run, you see a vehicle entering the driveway and parking in the area closest to the garage on the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive.
Can I have S271F, please? Captain, can you tell us which camera this is?
This is camera number 5 at 19 Oxford Drive.
Is this the same camera that we just watched?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what's the date and time here?
Date is November 20th, 2018. The time is 4:54:01 a.m.
Can we start this, please? I'm going to ask to fast forward just a little bit to go to about 4:57, please, if we can. So I'm at 4:57:01 a.m. Is that accurate, Captain?
Yes, it is.
Is there any light in the video?
Yes, 27 Tilton Drive is illuminated.
Now, going to ask you to play now. You pause it. What did you see, Captain?
A large flash of light visible from 27 Tilton Drive.
Now, before we watched camera 7, and you indicated something about the first visible signs of fire, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How did that Your observations from camera 7 and camera 5, how are they related?
It's consistent with my first observations of fire activity in the rear on channel 7.
Okay, so right now, again, we're at 4:57:11 on camera 5, correct?
That's correct.
Go back to the beginning for a minute. Can we just play that? Pause it for a second. I'm at paused at 4:55:06 a.m. Can you just tell us what you saw there?
Sure. 27 Tilton Drive illuminated in the top left corner of your screen.
Earlier on camera 7 at about the same time, 4:55, did I ask you whether or not there were lights that appeared in the back of the residence?
Yes, that's consistent with that as well.
Can we go to 4:59, please? See, 4:59:30. We're at 4:59:31 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Can we play that? Thank you. Pause that. Captain, can you tell us what you just saw?
Sure. A vehicle backs out from the top area of the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive, then pulls down the driveway in a forward direction.
And as part of your investigation, were you briefed on police interaction with Mr. Caniero in the morning hours of November 20th prior to your arrival?
Yes, I was.
And did that include Mr. Caniero mentioning anything about that, a vehicle in the garage?
Yes, he had indicated that when the family was exiting the home after discovering the fire, he backed the car out of the garage and drove it onto Tilton Drive, where the rest of the family had met him and got into the car.
Can we just continue to play that record, Steve? Pause it there for one moment. Pause at 05:01 and 2 seconds a.m., correct?
Correct.
Can you slow that down one notch and just play it? pause that for a moment. Go back, same speed, few seconds. 501.17. You can stop it there. Captain, can you tell us what you just saw?
Sure. There was a large flash of light that was visible in the driveway garage area of the residence. That would be the northeast corner of the home.
That happened before or after the vehicle left the garage and went down the driveway?
Right after the vehicle drove down the driveway.
No, I have no further questions.
Okay. Ross?
Good afternoon. Captain?
Yes, Captain.
Captain. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so just let's take ourselves back to surveillance at the location of 27 Tilton. You testified that there were 8 different surveillance cameras that you noted, right?
That's correct.
And a number of those were connected to the QC DVR system, right?
Yes.
At least one of the cameras from that QC system was inside the garage, right? But there were other cameras that were affixed outside of the garage.
That's correct.
And they looked out onto the driveway area of 27 Tilton.
Yes.
Now, obviously, as part of this investigation, you reviewed all the DVR footage from that system, correct?
Correct.
And that included not just images captured in the morning hours of November 20th of 2018, but also images that were captured the day before on November 19th of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what we've marked. This is D1-200. I'm going to approach that.
Sure. Is there any objection to this?
No, Judge, sorry.
You can publish it if you want.
Oh, okay. So, I'm going to put this on the screen here. Captain, can you see that image clearly?
Yes.
Okay. And we see that is camera 2 of, it says on the screen, it's camera 2.
Camera 2, yes.
You recognize that to be the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes.
And we see a white vehicle in that photo?
Yes.
That's the Porsche Macan that you've testified about?
I believe it's the Porsche Macan, yes.
The one that had the, what appeared to be, at some point in the morning of the 20th, a burn mark on the hood, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, this, we confirmed, I believe during your testimony, that the DVR, the QC DVR system was 1 hour slow, right? 1 hour fast.
It's 1 hour fast, yes.
Right. So we would imagine that the time listed on this photo would also be 1 hour fast, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. But it was taken on November 19th, 2018, right?
Correct.
And it appears to be obviously during daylight hours.
Yes, it says 160718, if I'm saying that correctly.
And we see inside, we can see through the front windshield of the vehicle inside the vehicle a little bit, right?
Yes.
And we can see hanging from the rearview mirror what appears to be a handicap placard.
There's a placard hanging. I can't tell you that it's a handicap one, but I do see a placard hanging, yes.
Okay. Maybe if I were to show you a different image. Oh, I'm sorry, just because. Yeah, sorry, just to confirm, the time listed on the image we're looking at now is 16:07 and 18 seconds.
Correct, that's how I see it.
Okay.
It's blurry, but that's what I believe
Yeah.
that's what it says.
Yeah, apologies. I'm going to now publish a different image. This is image D1-201. Now, that is, this 201 obviously appears to be taken from the vantage point of the same camera we were just looking at, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so this appears to be the driveway again, even though it's dark, of Tilton Drive, right?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the vehicle that appears to be the white Porsche Macan, right?
I mean, it's difficult to identify the vehicle, but if it's consistent with what you just showed me, yes, I believe that to be the Porsche Macan, based on where it was parked. The other image obviously was a lot clearer,
Right.
considering this is at night.
But obviously the vehicle appears to be in the same place relative to the camera.
It does, yes.
And the date on this photo is November 19th, 2018.
November 19th, 2018, and the time is 19:10:54.
What we see more clearly, though, in this photo is that the object hanging from the rearview mirror in the car is a handicap placard.
Yeah, that I can see it clearer in this photograph. It looks like it's a removable tag, one that you can take down and put back up, as you would need to, or somebody who has a handicap placard would do, but it appears to be a handicap placard, one of the removable ones, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Now, the vehicle, the Porsche Macan,
Yes.
is ultimately going to be the subject of one of your requests to search on the morning of November 20th of 2018, right?
That's correct.
And you stated that initially, as far as that search is concerned, you were looking for evidence of potential fire damage, right?
Correct.
We know, though, that Detective Catalona, who documented an inventory, the search of that vehicle, also took pictures of the passenger interior compartment of the vehicle, right?
Yes, you do.
And we know that anything that was, it wasn't just the engine compartment, but photos were taken of the trunk, right, of the back seat of the vehicle, right?
Yeah, the vehicle needed to be photographed in its current state as we found it, yes.
And then photos, and then anything of potential importance was removed from the vehicle and documented, or would have been documented accordingly. Right?
That's not accurate. There was nothing taken from the vehicle. It was simply just examined visually and photographed.
Have you seen all the photographs?
Yes, I have.
And you know that handicap placard is not hanging from the rearview mirror in any of the detective's photos.
That vehicle was photographed and searched on the 20th in the photograph that you showed me depicting A handicap placard was on the 19th, so it was the day before, and as I previously explained, it's removable. Whether or not the photo, I don't recall seeing the placard on the 20th, but obviously I did see it on the 19th, if I'm answering your question.
Right. So but as of the 20th, you would agree with me that that placard is no longer apparently in the vehicle.
I would actually ask to just see a photograph of it taken on the 20th, just so I can confirm that, but I don't believe there was one, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you two photos.
Sure.
And clarify that now. So, okay. Can you see that clearly?
Yes, I can, and now that I see this photograph, I can confirm that there is no handicap placard visible.
Okay. That was, and that's, just for the record, that's D1, 210. And that was a photo taken on the 20th of November, correct?
I can't confirm that. I believe it was obviously taken either on the 20th or days after. I don't know. You can put it back up. I see the security tape, the yellow security tape that remains. Whether that photograph was taken on the 20th or within the days after, I can't say for certain because there's no date on it, but that was obviously during the course of our investigation.
Okay. And the photo was obviously, as you understand, taken by law enforcement, correct?
Correct. It was taken by Lieutenant Catalona.
And after what you described today was that Mr. Caniero, Paul Caneiro, when this fire was taking place at 27 Tilton, got into the car that was parked in the garage, drove that down to the street, and so that he and his family would have a place to wait while emergency personnel responded.
Yeah, they got into the Porsche Cayenne.
Right. And after Mr. Caneiro and his family got into the Cayenne, they went from essentially that location on the street to the Ocean Township Police Department, right?
Yeah, they moved the vehicle several times in the street before ultimately traveling to the Ocean Township Police Department in that car.
Right. But the car we're seeing in D1-210, that's not the car that they were sitting in.
That is not the car.
This is the car that was parked in front of the garage area the entire time, right?
That's correct.
And this is the car that when you were explaining to Mr. Caneiro you were going to search it, this is the search of the car that you're saying he wanted to be present for, correct?
That's correct.
And while he may have been allowed to be present for the search, you weren't going to let him conduct any part of that search himself, right?
No, that was a crime scene. It wasn't safe for him to be up alongside the vehicle. There was evidence on the ground and around the vehicle, so he was required to stay, a short distance away.
Okay. So, after you responded to the scene that morning, there wasn't a time when Mr. Caneiro was in this vehicle depicted in D1-210, correct?
No.
And nor would he have been able to access that vehicle because of law enforcement activities, correct?
Correct.
And then after going to Ocean Township Police Department, Mr. Caneiro was once again unavailable to access this vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And so, if there's no tag in this after the 19th of November, we are not able to say for sure who or why it was removed from the vehicle or by who, correct?
That car was a loaner car from the Porsche of Monmouth in West Long Branch. I have no information regarding whether the Porsche of Monmouth, a car dealership, would put a tag on a loaner car. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Okay. You don't know the answer to what the loaner policy is for the dealership, but what we do know is that obviously in a still image from the night before at around 7 o'clock on camera, the placard is hanging from the rearview mirror, right?
We're talking now about the handicap placard or the license plate?
The placard.
Oh, the placard. On the 19th, there was a placard based on the photograph that you showed me, yes.
Right. And on the 20th, there isn't one?
There is not one, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw video from 19 Oxford Drive, and that's going to show what appears to be flashes of light coming from the left hand, depicted from that video, the left-hand portion of 27 Tilton Drive. Right?
Yes.
And those flashes of light, we now understand, are a fire, correct?
Yes.
And that fire actually was determined to have originated in the well area of the basement window along the, I think you referred to it as the CD side of the house?
Yes, so the CD corner, in fire communication language, structures are identified alphabetically by A being the front of the house, B being in a clockwise motion, B being the left side of the house, the C side being the rear side of the house, and the D side being the right side of the house. That's just so that all fire personnel and law enforcement can communicate properly as to a location of the home. That CD corner translates to the southeast corner of the property.
One of the things noted about that location was that there was a basement window located there at that fire origin point that was broken, right?
That's correct.
And actually the glass of the window was what was broken, correct?
Yes.
And the glass was broken inward, meaning that there was glass that had fallen into the basement, right?
That's correct.
That's a fact, in particular, that you noted in your police report, correct?
That the window was broken, I did note that, yes.
And that the glass had fallen into the basement, right? You noted that fact.
I don't specifically recall if I documented that in my report, but I know that to be true, yes.
Okay. And the combustible gas detector was brought to that location of the basement window?
Yes, it was.
And the purpose of the combustible gas detector is to detect for combustible fluids?
Flammable liquids, yes.
Okay. One of the reasons why that might have taken place, obviously, is there was a gasoline can found on the scene near the garage in the house.
Yes, and there also was a very strong odor of gasoline present in that location.
So, when you say in that area, so by the window well of the basement where the fire originated, there's a very strong odor of gasoline?
Yes.
Okay. And there were other sources, there were other origins, it would appear, of fire that morning as well, such as by the garage, correct?
There were 3 separate origins of fire at that house.
When you were in those other areas of origin, the garage area, you noticed some, I would imagine some burn marks, appear to be burn marks near the base of the garage door?
That is correct.
Okay. You also had indication that that might have been the result of combustible fluids?
Yes.
And you could smell those there as well?
Yes.
And you're going to have a few conversations with Paul Caneiro that morning, right?
I spoke to him 2 times that morning.
You're going to talk to him about consent to search the vehicle that might have been damaged by the fire, right?
Yes.
And you're going to talk to him about consent to search the DVR system that was in the garage.
Yes.
In both of those occasions, Mr. Caniero gave you consent to do that which you were requesting, right?
Yes, you did.
And obviously, when you go over those forms, you want to make sure that people are fully advised of what their rights are, right?
Of course.
And you want them to know that you're asking for their consent because that search, according to the form, if it's going to happen according to the form, needs to be voluntary, right?
Yes.
And that person needs to be able to make that choice whether or not to agree to it of their own free will, right?
Correct.
And they also need to know that they have a right to refuse the search, and they have a right to stop the search at any time if they become uncomfortable with it, right?
That's correct.
And if a person signs a consent form and says, you know what, Captain, I'm not super comfortable with this, I would rather not do this, you're going to immediately stop the search, right?
Absolutely.
And the most important thing for you in these situations, I would imagine, is to make sure that you're honoring people's rights and wishes about the search that's going to take place, right?
That is correct.
And I'm sure you did that in this case as well.
Absolutely.
And so we have no reason to believe that Paul Caneiro's consent was anything but knowing and voluntary, right?
That is correct. It was knowing and voluntary.
And we have no reason to believe that he didn't understand, let me strike that. Obviously, he knew full well he had the right to refuse and the right to stop the search at any point in time, right?
That's what he was told, yes.
And he not only did he agree to the search of the vehicle, but there never came a point in time where he said, I want to shut this down, I want to stop this, right?
He did not know.
And it remained consensual and voluntary the entire time you performed that search.
Correct.
Referring to the search of the DVR system. Again, it's the same form for a different item of interest, right?
Yes.
And again, there's no question that Mr. Caniero knew very well that he had the right to refuse if he chose, right?
That's correct.
And he, regarding that search, after the fact, never told you at any point in time, actually I changed my mind.
He never did know.
Right. And so his decision to allow you to search that was voluntary and knowing, and it remained so the entire time, correct?
Correct.
A further point with the DVR system is actually that you were not going to search that item at the location of 27 Tilton. You were actually going to take that to the Ocean Township Police Department, right?
Yeah, that's because we needed power to be able to access it.
Sure, but obviously, in order to do that, you have to physically take the thing from the property and take it to the police station, right?
Yes, that's what we did.
And because it's so important to have Mr. Canero's consent about these issues, you had to tell him ahead of time, look, we're going to take this thing to the police. We're not going to search it here. We're going to take it to the police station, right?
Yes.
And we're going to look at it there.
Yes.
And he was fine with that.
Yes, he was.
He didn't raise any objection to that happening, right?
He did not know.
So I'm guessing that obviously this wasn't the first time, getting to this location was not the first time that you smelled gasoline in your life, right?
No, it's not the first time.
But on scene, it was very clear to you that it was present in various areas of the home, right?
In 2 areas of the home.
And there were investigative measures taken to detect for the presence of those combustible fluids, such as the gas detector that we talked about before, right?
That's correct.
There was also a police dog who was brought to the location at some point who was trained to detect combustible fluids.
That's correct. There was a dog from the State Fire Marshal's office.
Okay. At any point in time, was there any testing done of Mr. Canero's skin or hands to see if there was a presence of combustible fluids?
No.
Was there ever a point in time where there was an investigation of whether Mr. Canero's clothing contained the presence of combustible fluids?
I don't believe so, although I'm not the individual that would be able to say for certain. We would have to speak to our forensic bureau on that.
Referring specific, because I know there were items collected as part of search warrants in this case, but referring to the clothing Mr. Caneiro was wearing the morning that you responded to 27 Tilton.
Again, I don't believe so, but I'm not the person to answer that question. I don't know with any certainty.
Your report obviously is detailed in the sense that it indicates all the investigative activities that you took part in over the course of this case. Right?
Yes.
Up to a certain date, I would imagine, because I believe that you've had continued involvement
in some aspects of this case, through 2025. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And that would be things like maybe serving subpoenas for witnesses, right?
Correct.
And perhaps participating in witness preparation sessions.
I did, yes.
And prepare. So those witness preparation sessions are the purpose of them. Obviously, is to prepare a witness for what it may be like for them to testify in a court, right?
Yes, review statements, review their involvement in a case, review their observations, things of that nature.
And we're talking about an investigation that took place, November 2018. It took place a long time ago, right?
7 years ago.
And a lot of these witnesses in the case were spoken to by law enforcement all the way back then, right?
Correct.
So one of the things that's important to do with witness preparation is give witnesses an opportunity to review their prior statements, right?
That's correct.
And because that can help them refresh their recollection about what happened back then, right?
That's correct.
And that's the thing that you participated in this case, right?
I did at times, yes.
And witnesses, in your experience in engaging in witness preparation, obviously sometimes witnesses say exactly what they initially said to the police, and sometimes witnesses say something different than what they initially said to the police, right?
Subjectively speaking, I suppose. Are you asking me specifically about a particular witness in this case?
Well, I'm asking you, I suppose, this. From what I can tell from your report, you spoke with, and this is back in November of 2018. You spoke with John Harrington.
Yes.
And you also spoke with Heather Caff, right?
I did, yes.
And those were both residents of the Tilton Drive area near 27 Tilton, right?
They both lived across the street from 27 Tilton.
And obviously they both provided you with statements about what they knew or heard or anything of that nature that was relevant at the time, right?
They did, yes.
And they were both cooperative with you, right?
Yes, they were.
And then did you, I don't know, but we can inquire, I suppose, did you participate in both of their or either of their witness preparation sessions?
Both of them.
Okay. And obviously, when a witness, during a witness preparation session, says something materially different than their previous statement, that would have to be documented in some fashion, right?
Yes, in this particular case, it would be documented in their statement that they provided.
Well, okay, so let's take a step back. A witness gives a statement in a case, right?
Yes.
Later on, same witness, case is now going to trial. Same witness comes in to give a witness preparation statement, to give interview, right? They're in for the witness preparation interview. They have an opportunity to review their statement, right?
Correct.
They might say the same thing about the case, or they may say something materially different than they originally said in their statement, right?
Perhaps that's true, yes.
If they say the same thing, great. If they say a materially different thing, then that would have to be documented, right?
We would, of course, follow up on the information that they were now providing, and yes, we would document it.
So then I take that to mean that when you participated in the witness interviews of John Harrington and Heather Capp, they told you essentially the same things that they had said all the way back in November of 2018.
Yeah, I don't believe, and I don't recall that they provided any inconsistent information that would warrant us to do any additional follow-up or reporting.
Okay. Now,
what I also understand from your report is that you spoke with a person by the name of Paige McManus.
Yes, I did.
That was a Tilton Drive resident.
2 doors down from the Caniero house.
Andrea Rain.
Andrea Rain from, I believe, Green Grove Road, 306. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes,
You spoke with Marilyn Klein,
I did, yes.
who was a neighbor.
Next door to the Caniero house.
You spoke with Brees, Kyle Brees, and his wife.
I did not speak to them. Detective Brady spoke to them. We made efforts to speak to them. We knocked on their door several times.
Other than the people, and I know you also spoke to people other than residents of Tilton Drive. But in terms of the residents of Tilton Drive that you spoke with, the neighbors, did I miss anybody other than John Harrington, Paige McManus, Andrea Rain, Marilyn Klein, the Breeses, or Heather Cap?
I believe you've covered all of them.
Okay.
That I was involved with, yes.
Okay. All of those individuals lived in proximity to 27 Tilton Drive, right?
That's correct.
Tilton Drive itself is a horseshoe type of street, right? There are two separate entrances to Tilton Drive.
That's correct.
And the people to whom you spoke about this case were concentrated on one end of that horseshoe, right?
That's correct.
And that would be the 27 Tilton Drive end of the horseshoe, right?
Yeah, the north side of Tilton Drive.
So your investigative efforts didn't extend out to speaking with people on the other side of the Tilton Drive horseshoe, right?
My efforts personally did not, but other detectives did.
Okay.
But if you're asking me for my involvement, no, I did not go outside that immediate area surrounding 27 Tilton.
Okay, yes, I was, thank you. I was just asking for what you personally did.
Okay.
Now, during your testimony about the video surveillance, I believe you had said that you saw it. This is in the video from the garage in the morning of November 20th. You saw a figure at the bottom of the screen, and then you said that the DVR system was turned off, right?
Yes, I saw a individual walk into the garage and walk towards the direction of the DVR, and then the screen went black.
Now, do you know, when you say the screen goes black, do we know how that DVR system was positioned before you arrived at the location?
I know where the DVR was located, and I know where the police officers from the Ocean Township Police Department had secured it. I know where it was located. If you come down the stairs from the mudroom into the garage and you make a right-hand turn, mounted above the cabinets and the refrigerator and the safe area that I previously described, the DVR system was up there.
But by the time you got there, the system had already been unplugged and officers had engaged with it.
That's correct.
And you didn't have, when you got to the scene, you didn't have a vantage point prior to it being manipulated in some fashion by other officers.
No, the only thing I was privy to was the officers from the police department were able to show me where the DVR was located.
Right. But prior to your arrival, you don't know if that DVR system was plugged directly into a wall or plugged into a power strip or something like that, right?
I don't have that information, no.
And if the DVR system is going off at that point that you referenced in your testimony, we don't know if that's because the power is being pushed off on it, or the power is being pushed off on a power strip, or something being unplugged. We don't know.
The only thing I know is from extracting the data contained on the DVR, power was terminated to that unit. How it was terminated, whether somebody unplugged it, pushed a switch to turn it off, I don't know.
Right. Or unplugged a power strip, right?
Correct. I don't know that
or turned off a power strip. It's not known.
The power was terminated to the DVR.
The other camera that you had mentioned, one of the cameras that you had mentioned during your testimony was the doorbell camera at 27 Tilton, right?
Yes, I did.
And that camera, you actually were able to view the last activity on that camera.
Yes, October 15th of 2018 at 8:01 p.m.
Okay. So as of the day you got to the 27 Tilton location, that doorbell camera hadn't registered any activity for 5 days.
Correct.
And
from the 15th through the 18th, through the 20th, I'm sorry.
Through the 20th,
yes,
right?
That's correct.
Were you able to, in your walkthrough of the house, in your looking at the evidence in this case, were you able to view the various access points, wireless access points that existed inside the house?
I don't understand your use of wireless access points. What is that? What are you referring to?
Access points for the Wi-Fi network in the house.
I know there was a lot of electronics that were hardwired into that home, and they were all located in the unfinished section of the basement against the north wall, essentially underneath the garage, where the garage area would be.
Okay. Did you happen to see that there were Wi-Fi access points throughout the house, though?
I don't know.
Okay. Showing you, this is D1-203. Can you see that image clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do you see in the space on the dresser, directly above the drawer of the dresser, there's a white circular object?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that to be an access point connected to, or it's connected to the internet for the home?
I don't know what that device is that you're asking me to look at.
Okay. Right. Did you see other of these devices when you were in the home?
I spent a lot of time in the home. I don't specifically have any recollection of internet access points. I know the home. To answer your question, no, I have no recollection of placing any focus or emphasis on any Wi-Fi access points.
Okay. Okay. So what I take that to mean, it wasn't really the focus of what you were doing in the house.
At that point, when I was in the house, no. And again, I don't know what that item is that you're pointing to there. I do know the house was equipped with a femto cell in replacement of a router. Where it was located, I don't know. I know it looks similar to it, what a router looks like, but I don't have any specific details on it.
I just took it from your statement just before that when you were in the house, you were not specifically looking for things like Wi-Fi access points.
Ultimately, eventually we were on the day of the fire. That was not our focus, but we ultimately had returned to the home and brought computer crimes personnel in, and they specialize in electronics. And they would be the ones that would be looking, observing, and having information pertaining to the various electronics.
I see, because they're the ones that have the expertise in what these devices are and how they operate.
They would have, yes, much more experience and knowledge than I would.
So you would rely on them to determine what in terms of technology was important to look at inside the home.
That's correct.
Okay. And you would rely on them for a determination of how these things operated in conjunction with one another, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The second fire that we saw on the video surveillance from 19 Oxford Drive,
yes,
it took place a little after 5:01, and when it was about 5:01 and 17 seconds.
I don't recall the specific time, but you're in roughly the time frame, yes.
And you identified, obviously, that area where we saw that burst of light a little after 5:01. That was the garage area of the home, right?
That's correct.
And I think when we see that bright light, the fire there at after 5:01, we have some confirmation of that in the form of what appears to be burn marks on the hood of the Porsche Macan, right?
Yes.
And what appears to be burn marks in the area of the garage door.
Correct.
And we know there is apparently a can of gasoline tipped over near that area, right?
Yes.
And I think in your, you had, one of the things that you were doing, I think, in terms of your investigation was trying to determine how it is that fire started the way that it did, right?
Sure. I was interested in knowing. There's 3 separate points of origin. I was interested in knowing how they started.
And I think that you said in your notes that it was possible, or you were wondering whether that fire at the garage started, the 5:01 a.m. fire, whether that started as a result of the gas can being thrown?
Possibly, yes.
Right. Obviously, if that fire started by the gas can being thrown, somebody would have had to have been there to throw it, right?
Yes.
And to confirm, when you took the DVR system to the Ocean Township Police Department that day, you had
a detective who was specialized in surveillance come to take a look at the system, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was a person whose last name was Valenti?
Correct.
And obviously they were there because they had some expertise in the matter of operating the system and retrieving footage from it, right?
That is correct.
And then when other things were done in this case in terms of if there were cell phone extractions or searches of computers, you had computer technologies specialist investigators who could assist with that, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's actually, one or more of them was actually a member of the computer crimes unit, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I should also just confirm with you, sir, that the Ring doorbell camera footage that you watched from 27 Tilton, I believe you testified that you watched that from Susan Canero's phone?
I did, yes.
And she showed that to you voluntarily, obviously.
She provided consent in the same fashion as Mr. Canero signed consent via a uniform consent form.
And you also took a statement from Susan Canero at the police department.
Yes, I did.
Judge, if I could just have a minute.
Sure.
Judge, could we just approach very briefly?
Sure. Break. Why don't you take your 15-minute break right now, and then what we'll do is after we finish this witness, I'm going to give you another break, but I'm going to give the 15-minute break now. I'm feeling giving.
Where were you
You're
at lunch?
feeling it, aren't you, all of you? All right, now we'll discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back out around 10 after. Great. you have to sit there? Take a break, we'll see you at 15.
call there.
I got you. Told you.
Usually you knock and you just.
Yeah, I know. Listen, we gotta change it up. Captain, if you could just do me one favor, when you're speaking, if you could just speak a little bit louder for me, if you don't mind. Thank you. We'll continue on with our cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Going back to the video of the fire at the garage shortly after 5:01. I just want to take us through the timeline of the events in that video and make sure we're clear, okay?
Okay.
You testified today that in somewhere in the area of 4:59 and 50 seconds through 5 a.m. and 8 seconds, we see a vehicle back out of the driveway of Tilton Drive, right?
Yes, I don't have the exact times up in terms of like seconds, but that's roughly the time that you're saying, yes.
Okay. And then that vehicle, we can see it appear to proceed down the driveway, right?
It backs, turns the wheels to the right, and drives down the driveway.
Now, that would be consistent with the information you received about Paul Caneiro taking Susan's car, backing it out of the garage, and taking it down the driveway to the street, right?
Yes, it would.
And then the indication was that the family, Paul, Susan, and the daughters, waited in and around that car while law enforcement and fire personnel did what they needed to do and responded to the scene, right?
Yes, they were inside and outside the car throughout different periods of time.
A portion of that same video was played for you starting at 5 a.m. and 1 minute. And I believe you said about 17 seconds into that video, we see that bright light at the garage, right?
Yes, again, I don't have the exact times in front of me, but yes, we did see a bright light after the car was moved down the driveway.
So, obviously, that bright light takes place after the car leaves, right?
Yes, it does.
And it would appear, based on the timing of that video, that it's a little over, somewhat over a minute after the car leaves the driveway. Would that be fair to say?
I don't know the exact time without seeing the specifics.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, I believe what Mr. Murray wants is 271.
Camera 5 at 4:59 and 50 seconds.
Okay, 271F.
Would we be able to play from there forward? Are we seeing in the upper left corner of the screen the car appearing to back out of the garage?
Yes, that's correct. Now the car is now driving down the driveway.
Okay.
And the time is 5 o'clock and 10 seconds.
pause there? Immediately before we paused, did we see a flash near the garage area?
Yes, the flash was near the garage driveway area, and the time that it's paused is 5:01 and 29 seconds.
So, I believe the
A minute,
time. Go ahead.
a minute and 20 seconds later. You see the flash.
Now, the morning that you responded, you had two conversations with Mr. Caniero, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And during the course of the conversation about the DVR system, he had mentioned to you that he was experiencing Wi-Fi connectivity issues?
He did mention that, yes.
Okay. Is that among the reasons why the search of the home for electronic devices became relevant over the course of the investigation?
Not entirely. The Wi-Fi related issues that he was explaining had nothing to do with the QC DVR system. It had everything to do with the Ring doorbell at that time that he was explaining the connectivity issues. There were a whole host of other reasons why we were interested in examining the electronics in that home.
Okay. But obviously, you were talking about his surveillance systems with him that day, and one of the things he mentioned to you was that there were Wi-Fi connectivity issues.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said previously that you did not personally get involved in any interviews or searches for surveillance of any of the residents on the other side of the Tilton Drive horseshoe, right?
I did not. Other detectives did.
Do you know who those detectives are?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like
Could
to
you
know?
tell us?
Sure. It was Sergeant Edwin Henley. It was Detective Christian DeVito. It was Detective William Anton from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, and it was Sergeant Patrick Martin, Detective Jesse Orbach, and Detective Michael Melody from the Ocean Township Police Department, and Detective David Siderakis from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Electronic Surveillance Unit had also responded to extract the video recordings from the pertinent addresses.
When you say to extract the video evidence from the pertinent addresses, which addresses are you referring to?
308 Green Grove Road and 30 Tilton Drive.
Okay, so but both of those are on the same side of the Tilton Avenue.
That's
The
correct.
Tilton Drive horseshoe is 27 Tilton,
That's
right?
correct.
And if I'm trying to take us to the other side, the other entrance to Tilton Drive, was any surveillance collected from that end of Tilton Drive?
There was no pertinent video surveillance from that side of Tilton.
But you did not yourself go out to canvass for any video on that side of the
I did not.
Drive? Okay. And we know that your interviews, we know that your witness preparation interviews with Heather Kapp and John Harrington, in your estimation, were consistent with prior statements they gave to you, right?
As far as I know, yes. I wasn't
Which would make potentially the time period of 4:30 in the morning on the morning of November 20th relevant to this investigation, correct?
Based on the information that they provided, yes.
Specifically about men in the street around that time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Detective Captain, you were just asked about trial prep interviews with witnesses, correct?
Yes, I was.
You got asked about Heather Kapp and Jonathan Harrington, correct? Were you present for both of those?
Yes, not both at the same time, but I was present, yes.
Good point. They were met with separately, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, based upon, the way you were taught to investigate crimes over the course of your career, when you meet with people that provide you information, do you try to change that information, or do you let them tell you what they observed?
We would never change the information that they provide.
whether it's helpful on its face or not?
No, we follow facts and evidence, and regardless of the direction that evidence takes us, we document it and we pursue whatever avenue we have to go.
Now, you asked some questions about how Mr. Caneiro, I believe, told you about some Wi-Fi connectivity issues the morning of November 20th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
And you referenced the doorbell camera, right?
Yes, I did.
Why is that?
Because there was a Ring doorbell affixed to the home, and in conversation with Mr. Caneiro, that's when he had indicated that he was having Wi-Fi connectivity issues. The Ring doorbell operates via Wi-Fi, while the QC DVR system did not operate via Wi-Fi. That was a hardwired system.
Do you know whether or not above the area where the DVR was located, whether or not there was some associated power supply box?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S418418 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the QC PowerMax regulated camera power supply box. It's a metal box that has key access, and you can open a front door panel, similar to like a circuit breaker box.
That control power controls for the QC DVR?
Yes, it does.
I have nothing further, Judge.
I just have a brief redirect on one issue, Judge.
Okay.
You just testified that when you spoke to Paul Caneiro about the Wi-Fi connectivity issues, it was specifically in reference to the Ring doorbell camera.
That would be the reason why there would be connectivity issues with Wi-Fi. The QC DVR system doesn't operate via Wi-Fi.
Right, but that wasn't exactly what I asked. What I was saying is you just testified that when you spoke to Paul Caneiro and he talked to you about Wi-Fi connectivity issues, it was in reference to the Ring doorbell camera.
That would be operating via Wi-Fi. That's why I said that.
Okay.
Wi-Fi didn't impact the QC DVR system.
I just want to make sure that this is something that you just testified to, that when you talked to Paul Caneiro that morning about the Wi-Fi connectivity issues, that conversation was in the context of the Ring doorbell camera.
When that conversation came up when we were talking to him about the video recording equipment that was at his house, so because the QC system doesn't operate on Wi-Fi, I believe that it was directly related to the camera.
You believe that?
Yes.
But you said in your report regarding this conversation, Paul reported that he periodically turns off the surveillance cameras as he suspected that the system had been causing his Wi-Fi system to run slow.
I did document that, yes.
Okay. The surveillance cameras.
Correct. He told us.
So not the Ring doorbell, but the surveillance cameras.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what was in your report, right?
Correct.
And that's a different thing, a different system that you're referencing in your report than the Ring doorbell camera, to be clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a conversation about the surveillance system causing the Wi-Fi system to run slowly, right?
That is what Mr. Caniero told us, but what we determined to have no impact on his Wi-Fi.
And so you, again, though, had an opportunity to see some photos of of areas inside the home where I think you were not certain of the devices that I was showing you, right? You didn't know what they were, if they were or were not connected with the wireless internet, right?
I did not know.
And you actually brought in various people throughout this investigation because you yourself are not a specialist in that area, right?
Correct.
And obviously, as you were talking to Mr. Caniero that morning, you were not a specialist at that point in time either, right?
I was not, no.
And it was obviously somewhat of a technical conversation that you were having about Wi-Fi connectivity systems causing the Wi-Fi to run slowly, right?
That's what Mr. Caneiro told us.
Right. And clearly, I think there was some even confusion that you still had about the issue because today you thought it was a reference to the Ring doorbell, but clearly when you wrote the report, you believed it was a reference to the wired surveillance system, right?
I learned that the camera system was not operated, the QC DVR system, I learned that that was not operated via Wi-Fi when we had transported the DVR to the Ocean Township Police Department, and we learned that it was a hardwired system.
You learned that from talking to the Detective Valenti, right?
Correct, yes.
But the thing is, what that doesn't explain is how that system is capable of being accessed by a person's cell phone, right?
That's correct. The owner of that system could have an application that could provide him with access to view the recordings, but it has no bearing on the actual communication from the camera to the DVR. That is a hardwired system that is not operated or powered or supported by Wi-Fi.
Right, but the communication between that system, right, and other devices, such as phones and computers, runs over the Wi-Fi network. Right?
That's correct.
Okay, so there is regardless of whether a system is hardwired at some point or not, there can be other points along that chain where that system interacts with and is carried over, information is carried over Wi-Fi, right?
I didn't follow you with that.
Well, that's how you would get the information on your phone from a hardwired system, right?
You can have an application that can communicate with the DVR.
Right.
Yes.
Via Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Right. So the system can interact with Wi-Fi, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Via a cell phone.
But today, you thought that you guys back then were talking about a Ring camera.
Yes, because at the time that I had the conversation, I was not aware that his QC system was not operated via Wi-Fi.
Right. I'm just saying what you said today. Today, you thought you were talking about a Ring camera, right? But back then, you thought you were talking about the surveillance, the hardwired surveillance system. Is that? Do I have it right? Or not?
Maybe if you would allow me to see my report and I can refresh my recollection of what I documented, maybe I'll have a better understanding of what you're asking me.
I'm not asking you about what's in the report. I'm asking, did you say today that you thought that conversation was about the Ring camera?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
But clearly, it was not. Right. Am I wrong?
It was my understanding that we were discussing his connectivity issues with the Ring camera. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. Despite the fact that...
Counsel, we've heard this about 12 times now. We're not going to keep going over it. Despite the fact that the prosecutor hasn't gotten up, he's answered this. That's his answer. Whatever, right or wrong, that's his answer. You can argue it.
Did you see anything? You obviously went through these various emails to look for those reports about the Nest cameras, right?
Yes, they were provided to me.
They were provided to you?
Yes.
Was anything provided to you showing, regarding a crash report for the QC DVR system?
No, I had sent a subpoena to QC requesting information regarding any service requests or issues that would have been reported to them from the homeowner.
I'm just going to show you what's marked D17. It's D117. Have you seen that before?
No, I haven't. I don't know what this is, sir.
You haven't seen that?
I have not seen that, no.
Okay. So, when you said you got responsive documents from QC about the system, you didn't get this, right?
No. So the reason why I had subpoenaed records from QC was it was reported to us that Mr. Caniero had advised that he was having problems with his QC DVR and that he had a, quote, ticket in with QC. So we were obviously interested in seeing what he had reported to QC requesting technical assistance on that system. So I had served a grand jury subpoena to QC. I was then contacted by an engineer with QC who queried their systems, and they had no record of Mr. Caniero or anyone living at 27 Tilton Drive reporting any concerns with that DVR.
Well, do you know why then there would be an indication that the system crashed at 10:54 at night on November 19th, 2018?
I don't know. I don't know if that came, I don't know where you obtained that report from, because I have not seen that.
Well, I guess then you haven't, I'm going to take that to mean you haven't seen all the discovery in this case, right?
That could have been part of the extraction from the DVR, but that was not received from QC directly, no.
Okay. But have you seen all the discovery in this case?
No, I have not.
I see. And so, you, again, to answer the question, you wouldn't know why there would be a crash report from 10:54 on November 19th from QC. The answer to that question would be no, right?
The answer to that question is QC did not provide any reports or records regarding any information. In fact, I received communication from them saying they had no records to provide and documented that in an email to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Based upon that recross, which was outside the scope, I'll allow the prosecutor if he has any other questions.
No, Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Captain, you can step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you.
Wow.
Give you my word.
Angel.
court is back in session.
You have a seat. Thank you. Last leg of the day. Got it in you?
Fourth quarter.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
Snacks.
There you go. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Lieutenant Nick Catalano.
Sir, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Nicholas Catalona, Cattelona.
All right, great. Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, can you tell us where you work?
Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Okay. And approximately how long have you worked for the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Approaching 14 years now.
Okay. Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to joining the Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
Long Branch Police Department?
Okay. And, what year were you hired at the Long Branch Police Department?
I was a regular police officer in 2001. Before that, I did a couple years as a special law enforcement officer.
Approximately how many years total do you have in law enforcement at this time?
28.
Now, what capacity did you work, or when you left the Long Branch Police Department, what capacity were you working?
When I left the police department there in Long Branch, I was a detective in forensics.
Okay. Now, what year did you come to the prosecutor's office?
2012.
Okay. In 2012, did you have an initial assignment?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
Crime scene unit.
Okay. Have you continuously worked in the crime scene unit since then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a crime scene detective?
Sure. As a crime scene detective at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, we're charged with strictly dealing with physical evidence. So physical evidence is any tangible item of evidence that helps either prove or disprove any point in contention. So the evidence that we typically handle is like weapons, biological evidence, hair, fiber, things of that nature. But also part of that is how to actually process a crime scene. So we're tasked with identifying, collecting, documenting, preserving any item of evidence that we identify. So that's a gist of what we do.
Now, as part of your duties as a crime scene detective, were you asked to respond to a location in Ocean Township on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Where was that?
27 Tilton Drive?
Okay, and did you respond there?
I did.
Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
Say 8:06 in the morning?
Okay. Now, can you just tell us briefly about the environmental conditions upon your arrival?
Sure. I recorded the ambient air temperature at about 43 degrees Fahrenheit. The cloud was cloudy. The ground was damp. There were brief periods of very light rain throughout my time at 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, upon arrival, did you speak to any other, police officers or fire officials? I don't want to know what was said, but did you speak to other law enforcement?
I did, yes.
Now, what was the purpose of that?
It's just to get a general idea of the information that they obtained at the time. So basically, basic call information, what type of call they were investigating, because it was a residential fire. Was the fire still active? Things of that nature.
Okay. And moving forward just a little bit for one brief minute, did you document your actions as part of this investigation in any police reports?
I did.
Okay. Was it one report or was it more than one?
Multiple reports, but my initial report covers this.
Your initial report, I'm sorry?
Covers this, my actions here at 27 Tilton.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-129. Just going to show you that. Ask you if you recognize what that is.
I do.
What is it?
It's my technical report.
Okay. And does that summarize the majority of your crime scene responsibilities at 27 Tilton in Ocean Township?
It does.
Now, you have it there. I would just ask that if any point you need to refer to it for any purpose, you would just let us know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you just generally describe 27 Tilton as you found it on November 20th, 2018?
Sure. It was a two-story residential structure. It was located on the east side of Tilton Drive, just south of a bend in the roadway that bends west to Green Grove Road. was actually situated slightly north of a T intersection of Walmart Terrace. It was facing west, the front door was facing west. It was tan siding, had an attached two-car garage to the north side, had an in-ground pool also on the property.
Okay. Did you note any, like scene security type measures upon your arrival?
Yes.
What was that?
It consisted of crime scene barrier tape. It's just the yellow tape that's marked around the front. And then there were marked Ocean Township police cars throughout the scene and uniformed police officers.
Were there any fire issued vehicles there?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Now, would it be helpful to you to utilize photographs that you took in order to explain some of your initial actions at 27 Tilton in Ocean Township?
Yes, it would.
Just before we start there, I'm just going to show you what's been marked previously as S1 identification. And specifically, I'm going to go to subsection A, which indicates 27 Tilton Drive, Ocean Township scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just take a quick look through those photos? Try not to rip pages off. Now, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those were photographs that I took at 27 Tilton.
Okay. Are they all your photographs?
They are.
Okay. Now, I just want to start by showing you S1A slide 3. You could, I'm sorry. Sorry. Now, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph of the front of 27 Tilton.
Okay. Does that look substantially similar to the way you found it upon arrival?
Yes.
Okay. Now, slide 4, please. Recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what's depicted in there?
So this photo is a photograph of the driveway from where I'm standing in the roadway, where it meets the roadway, and facing east up the driveway. In it, you'll see 3 vehicles.
To be clear, upon or shortly after your arrival at 27 Tilton, did you do a full walk around of this scene?
Yeah, so typically, when I arrive at scenes, right after I observe the environmental conditions and do what we call the field briefing, where we meet with the initial responding officers, I do a scene survey. It's a brief walkthrough. I put my gloves on, and then I just walk through the scene, make any observations, come up with a game plan of how I want to process the scene. Once that's done, then I do a series of overall photographs which capture the scene as I found it, before I do any work. And that's what this picture begins to depict.
Okay, so based upon the photographs we've begun to look at, you've already walked around and done a scene survey
That's correct.
at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I have slide 5, please? And what does that depict?
So this is, I guess, 3/4 of the way up the driveway. Towards the house to the right of this picture would be where the 2-car garage is. To the left is trash cans. Directly in front is a row of hedges where you see a black aluminum fence. That is the fence that circles the pool. And then a little bit farther beyond that is the shed.
Next slide 6, please. What's that show?
And that's just slightly turned to the south. And that's just the 2-car garage. You'll see a Jeep Wrangler Sahara immediately to your right of the picture. Directly ahead is a white Porsche convertible with a red top. And then beyond that is a Porsche Macan.
Now, as part of your scene survey and photographic documentation, do you look for things like cameras on the exterior of a home?
Yes.
And in slide 6, can you see any?
Yes.
Okay, and where, could you describe where they are?
Sure. It's on the front-facing corner, right where the downspout is for the gutter, right of the garage, I guess, with the closed garage door, slightly above it, and then to the right, right above the downspout, you'll see a white camera with a dark-colored face on it.
There's a stylus up there, Lieutenant. Can you just circle the cameras you see in that photo?
Yeah. So there's actually 2 here. One's there, and the other one is right next to it there, just on the other side of that downspout.
Do you see another camera on the opposite side of the garage?
Yes.
Can you circle that? Can we please preserve that?
I think this is 6.1. So this is S1A, slide 6.1.
She hit into the elbow.
Okay.
Slide 7, please. Lieutenant, what do you see here?
It's just a straight on view, same position, directly up the driveway to the hedge.
Okay. Can I have slide 8, please? What do we see here?
So now this photograph's in front of the house on Tilton Drive, facing northeast. You'll see the Jeep in the driveway to the left. You'll see the two-car garage just past the tree. And then now slowly, these series of photographs are like a series of overlapping photographs capturing the front of the house.
Next slide 9, please. What do we see here?
This is the front of the house. The front door is underneath that decorative balcony. You can see the raised masonry front porch, the door right behind it, and then that decorative balcony.
Slide 10, please. What do we see here?
Again, pretty much the same position, just turned slightly more to the southeast. You'll see the neighbor's driveway next door to fire department vehicles. I believe that second one's a fire department vehicle. And that's just, again, another overlapping series of photographs.
Okay, can I, slide 12, please. What do we see here?
So this is at the southwest corner of the property, right by those fire department vehicles I just spoke about, facing northeast.
And then slide 13, please. What do you see here?
So this is the south-facing side of the structure. You'll see an aluminum fence where it continues to block off, I guess, the rear yard area.
And slide 14. What do we see here?
This is the rear or the east-facing side of the house. You'll see a raised deck with a staircase directly in front. It leads to two doors on the upper level. To the right of the two doors is the deck transitions to a lower level, and then there's another door there. To the left of the picture, you'll see all the fire damage.
Now, okay, now during the course of now that you're walking around to photographically document your observations, do you look for any utilities?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what are we talking about when we say utilities?
Mainly the gas and the electric heaters on the exterior of the house.
Now, is that important because the nature of the cause of structure fire?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can I have slide 21, please? Okay, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that showing?
So that's showing the southeast corner of the house. Where the photograph is focusing on is just behind that bush is the gas meter and a basement window well where there's significant fire damage.
Okay. And slide 22, please. What do we see here?
Okay, this is the almost directly in front of that basement window well. I'm taking a photograph of the window well and the area surrounding it. You'll start to see on the left of that window piping that is that goes into the gas meter.
Okay. Slide 23, please. What do we see here?
That's the gas meter, and that's directly behind that one hedge that was in front of it.
Now, talking about, can I slide 15, please? Sorry. Now, as part of your examination of this scene, are you looking to determine entrances to the structure?
Yes.
Okay. And how many were located in the rear of the backyard?
There were three.
Okay. Can you just explain or describe those for us?
Sure. The one to the left of the picture are French doors that lead into the dining room. The one in the center behind that tall umbrella is the sliding glass doors that lead into the kitchen. And then the deck again transitions down right next to the grill, where that one single door that leads into the mudroom.
Now, we have this, let's just go in order. The French doors that enter into the living room area, did you examine those?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you go about examining them? What's the purpose?
Well, the purpose of it is to determine if there's any damage to them, if the locks are intact, operational, or if there was any signs of tampering. In this particular case with this door, the locks were operational. I did not observe any sort of tampering or any damage to it other than the visible fire damage.
Now, I'm sorry.
No.
When you look at doors like that and you're looking to see if there's any damage, I think you said that you didn't observe any damage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you look for anything else observationally as far as potential, points of things that you need to process?
Yeah, I would look at it for the presence of friction ridge impression or fingerprints. Usually with exterior surfaces that are unprotected like this, use a high-powered light. And what I'm looking for initially is what we call surface disruption. So usually, like I said, on the outside unprotected surfaces, a layer of dirt and debris would tend to build up. You could see if any interaction were taking place by the absence of dirt or dust with the disruption of the surface. So.
At that location, those doors there into the living room, did you locate anything of potential evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
Now, moving on to the sliding doors that go into the kitchen, did you conduct a similar visual examination there?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify anything of potential evidential value from a fingerprint perspective or the like?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then as far as that final door all the way to the right, that's just the door into what room you said?
The mudroom?
Okay.
It's the space between the kitchen and the garage.
Okay. And did you locate any, signs that there may be potential evidentiary value there?
No, I did not.
No fingerprints could be visually examined?
Again, all three doors worked as designed. The locks were operational. No signs of forced entry, no tool marks, no anything of that nature.
Did you, as for these doors, did you encounter, or did you make observations or document in any way whether or not they were locked or unlocked upon the way you found them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the status?
They were all unlocked.
Unlocked, you said?
Yes, at the time that I was there, they were all unlocked.
Now, I just want to ask you a question. So, you're not the first person at this scene, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there a presence of many people before you?
Yes, there was.
Now, so everyone understands, you're documenting what?
The condition of the scene as it was when I arrived there.
Okay. Now, you mentioned previously some more utilities and specifically an electric meter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you encounter an electric meter?
I did, sir.
And is it, the general area of where it was located, is it depicted in slide 15?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And where would it be, just if you could describe it?
So if you the northeast corner of the garage area, that lower portion, the single-story portion, to the, I guess, the left of that downspout of the gutter would be that general area.
Okay. Now I'm going to show S1A slide 16, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that photo show?
That is the electric meter.
Is that the way that you encountered it, obviously?
Yes.
Can I have slide 17, please? You recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What does that show?
That is the electric meter without the actual meter being present.
Okay. Did you receive any information upon arrival regarding whether the power had been shut off at the scene?
Yes.
And was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that a normal occurrence based upon your experience at a fire scene?
Yes, it normally occurs at residential fires where the gas and the electric company are automatically dispatched also with the fire department.
And when we talked about the gas earlier, was it the same situation?
Yes.
Okay. We shut off.
Shut off.
Now, can I have slide 18, please? What's that show?
So that's a tamper-proof tag that the electric company installs whenever they access the meter. They'll cut it off. They'll do whatever they need to do. They'll close the meter box again and then replace it with a new tag with a serial number.
Okay. So just to be clear, was the meter itself present at the scene that morning?
No, it was not.
have slide 16 again? Just for purposes of continuing and completing your photographic documentation, where does that area there lead?
So that is a gate that leads between, that allows access between the driveway and the rear yard.
Can I have slide 24? What does that show?
So that's a photograph of the same area on the other side. This is the driveway now facing south through that gate. You'll see the two levels of the deck that I was mentioning earlier. Right down below, you'll see the number 1. This particular photograph was taken after I collected that item, the gas can that we saw. So that's why that's there, and it's not in this picture. And then to the right, you'll see that open garage door.
Now, I want to belabor it because I think we've seen the vehicles, but did you take note of and did you document photographically and ultimately in a police report your identifications of vehicles that were present in the driveway?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you talked about it a little bit earlier. Now, you talked about the gas can, correct?
Yes.
When you got to the scene November 20th, 2018, and you were briefed by other officers, had you been advised of the presence of that gas can?
Yes.
Okay. Was that, based upon what you were told and what you saw, was it any significance to your investigation?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you slide 30, if I can. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do we see here?
So you'll see the white Porsche 911 convertible in the foreground. Behind that is the Porsche Macan. Directly in front of where the gate is, you'll see a red gas can, and you'll see the open gate to the backyard.
You know, as far as timing goes, you talked about previously that yellow tent marker with the number 1.
Yes.
Now, what are those used for?
Those are used in crime scene processing to indicate like a visual orientation. They don't signify any sort of sequence of events or any particular order. They're just help draw your attention to something in the picture that we want you to look at.
With the exception of that photo we looked at with the 10 marker, is it fair to say that these photographs we've looked at so far were taken before any evidence was physically seized or taken?
With the exception of that previous photo, yes, that's correct.
Now, just so we understand, you identify a piece of evidence, and when you ultimately make a decision to take it, how do you go about taking it?
So I mentioned earlier about my overall photographs. When I'm done completing my overall photographs, then I'll go through and start focusing in on items that I want to collect or certain areas. Then I take a series of mid-range and then ultimately close-up photographs of it. And those photographs are just like they said, a little bit closer and then ultimately up close individual item that I'm collecting. And then from that point, it's the physical process of taking that item and then securing it.
Now, did you physically examine that area that's depicted in slide 30 around the garage door?
Yes.
Now, did you identify areas of damage in that area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can I have slide 27, please? Can you talk about what you see in photograph 27?
Sure. At the threshold of the garage, where the garage meets the driveway, you'll see like white powder. That is consistent with a chemical fire extinguisher powder. Just to the left of that, you'll see like a black mass on the ground. That turned out later to be a burnt glove, a black nitrile glove. You also see fire debris up the siding and the track, ground level.
Now, you said that the black mass ultimately turned out to be a black nitrile glove. Can you tell us how you ultimately discovered that?
Sure. I inspected it. I didn't understand what this melted mass was, so I moved it, and then once I turned it over, I saw what appeared to be a glove.
Okay. Can I have slide 28? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
So this is that same photograph of the garage. I had manually lowered the garage so I can document the damage to the exterior of the garage and the threshold, the bottom side. And then you'll see in the center of the picture is that black mass I was referring to earlier.
Okay. Can I have slide 30? I'm sorry. Wrong one. Slide 29. Sorry about that. What do we see here, Lieutenant?
So that's the weather stripping at the bottom of the garage door. And then the far left corner of that, unfortunately not the greatest picture, but you will see some charring.
Now, in that specific garage door area, did you notice any damage that spread away from the garage door area?
Yes.
Did you document it?
I did.
Can you have slide 31, please? What do we see here?
So that's the front of the Porsche Macan that was parked directly in front of the gate next to the garage.
Is there anything visible in front of the vehicle on the asphalt?
Yes.
Can you point that out?
Sure.
Yeah, if you could do it with the stylus, that'd be great.
Yeah, so just below, I guess, the driver's side fender area is this area directly on the blacktop.
Can I preserve that, please?
That's 1A, slide 31.1.
Slide 32. And do you recognize what's depicted in slide 32?
Yes.
What is that?
So they appear to be like burn marks on the hood of the Porsche, along with some other scratches.
Now, based upon conversations with other officers, were you ultimately directed towards that shed that you earlier referenced?
Yes.
And what were you going there to look for?
So I went to go look initially for footwear impression.
Okay, why was that?
Officers had observed one on a slate tile directly in front of the north side of the shed. They had covered it with a white plastic bin to protect it. So I went over there to document that.
Next slide 34, please. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Okay, now, you talked about the shed earlier, correct?
Yes.
And what we could see in the earlier photo was the front side or the back side?
I would call it the front side since it's facing the pool area, so I would call it the front, and then this side, I called it the rear or the back.
Okay, so to be clear, slide 34, as you discussed this, you're going to call that the rear of the shed?
Yes.
And that's because the front side faces the pool?
Yes.
So that would be the front, and it's got a little nicer door structure?
Yes.
Okay. So now, though, on slide 34, we're looking at the rear?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a white object in that photograph, correct?
That's correct.
And what does that represent?
That would be the bucket that was put over to protect the footwear impression.
Did you ultimately inspect that, what that's covering?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you find?
I found nothing there.
You were told there was a footprint there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and ultimately you wound up going over there, lifting the bucket and not seeing it, correct?
That's correct.
Did you take photos ultimately of what was underneath that bucket?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you that's what you were told about, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you continue to do any inspection of that shed area on your own?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you tell us what, if anything, you located or where you went?
Sure. In relation to this photograph, up that ramp, just to the left of the door on that ramp, there I found another footwear impression. So I photographed that.
Okay, had anyone pointed that one out to you?
No.
You located that?
Yes, sir.
No. Can I have slide 35? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What's the photo of?
It's the footwear impression that I observed, and then in the bottom right-hand corner is the scale. For reproduction purposes, if I had to reproduce this photograph on a 1-to-1 scale, that'll help me be able to do that.
Was something done with that at a later date, or did anyone else look at that?
Yes.
Were you able to determine any identifying features of that footprint at any time?
No.
Can you talk about other observations in the shed, other than the footprint?
Sure. I opened up the rear door of the shed, and I saw what appeared to be a visible or patent fingerprint.
And just to be clear, can I have slide 34? Is that the entrance to the shed that you're discussing now?
Yes.
I have slide 36. What do we see there, Lieutenant?
So that is what I perceive to be a fingerprint or handprint. Really, I observed like 3 looked like finger marks. So I scaled it and photographed it. And then I visually examined it for potentially preserving it.
When did you do that?
Right there.
Okay. Did you do anything with it later?
While I was on scene, after I did this, I examined it there, and I was unable to observe any identifiable friction ridge characteristics. So those are characteristics in fingerprints that allow me to compare it with other or known fingerprints for identification purposes.
Can I have slide 37, please? What's that photo show?
So that's just on the inside of that rear door. Floor level, there are 3 gas cans.
Okay. Now, at some point later in your investigation, did you find any other gas cans in that shed?
Yes.
Okay. Where were they in relation to these ones?
On the opposite side, the front side, there were 2 larger ones.
Now, the ones that we see in slide 37, are they all the same size? Are they different? Are they the same brand, or are they different? How is the context of that?
They all appear to be different sizes and different brands.
Different shapes?
Different shapes.
Now, there is an area that there's an opening there, right?
That's correct.
And did you make any visual observations of that opening in relation to other evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That space was approximately the same size, width-wise, as the gas can I found in the driveway.
Now, after your photographic documentation of the shed and the stuff footprint and the potential fingerprints, did you receive anything from Ocean Township police officers?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a QC DVR, a Fortinet switch, and assorted wires that they recovered from inside the garage.
Okay. And once you got that from the Ocean Township Police Department, what'd you do with it?
I secured it in my crime scene unit vehicle.
Okay. Was there a point in time that morning later where you turned it over to someone else?
I did.
And who was that?
That was now Captain Weisbrot.
Were you advised as to where the DVR had been at least generally recovered from?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was located inside the garage near the southeast corner.
Can I have slide 120? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What's the photo of?
So that's inside the 2-car garage. That's a photograph of me facing, taken of me pointing the camera southeast in the northwest corner of the garage.
Okay. Is there a camera in that photograph?
Yes, there is.
Can you circle it?
Yes.
Can we preserve that, please?
This will be 120.1.
I think, just for clarification, I think it might be point 2. I think Captain Weisbrot might have circled the same thing. I'm sorry.
identified, but
Yes.
he did?
That's right.
All right, so 120.2.
Now, I think we've seen the photos of the outside, kind of in their totality, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least we've seen different portions and angles of this house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time when you went into the interior of the home?
I did.
Okay, what was the purpose of doing that at that time?
To document the basement.
Okay, why the basement?
Evidence collection was looking to get started by the fire marshals outside near that basement window well. I wanted to document the condition of the basement, specifically near that window well on the interior side, in case anything were to fall in or any sort of anything would impact the interior.
Can you tell me, like, generally how you got to the basement?
Walked through the front door, through the foyer, made a left through the small hallway. The stairs to the basement were right there. Went downstairs.
Once you enter the basement, are you in an area that's finished or unfinished?
As soon as you get to the basement, at the bottom of the stairs, you are in a finished, or partially, in this particular case, a partially finished area where there were obvious signs of construction.
The basement directionally, finished versus unfinished. Can you tell us what east versus west?
So the finished side was predominantly the west side of the house. The unfinished side was the east side. So as soon as you go down those stairs, the unfinished side, there were a pair of French doors immediately to your left. Once you go through those doors, it's unfinished. It's all household storage, things like that.
Can I have slide 85, please? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So those are the stairs I was just referring to that go up to the first floor. To the left is the finished side, but in a state of construction.
Okay. So where I'm standing right now, I'm looking at the photo, and I'm looking at the staircase.
That's correct.
And which direction would the unfinished side be for me?
The unfinished would be on your right.
Okay. Okay. Are there doors right there?
Yes, there are.
Can I have slide 87, please? What do we see there?
So this is just a little bit farther down the finished side towards the, as we're, I guess, traveling north now through the basement. You'll see the staircase to your right, and then that's like an unfinished theater room.
Okay. And the area on the right side of the photo, is that like underneath the stairs?
That would be underneath the stairs.
Can I have slide 89, please? What's that show us?
So that's inside that room. Now I'm actually facing towards the rear yard east, and that's just the wall that was there.
Okay.
And then you'll see to the right the staircase that goes upstairs.
Okay. And then in that photo, up to the top of the photo to the left would be walking into the unfinished side?
Yes.
Slide 86, please. And what does that show?
So that is, I believe, the staircase is going to be to the immediately to my right, and then facing the front of the house, so west.
Those are a variety of photos that show the finished side of the basement.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to talk about the unfinished side. Can I have slide 91? You recognize that?
Yes.
And what's that?
So that's the unfinished side of the basement. That is pretty much the center of that area, directly as soon as you come inside those doors, facing north.
Okay.
So the exterior wall would be to the right, and that would be the rear yard.
Can I have slide 91? 105, please. What does that show?
So that's, again, right inside the doorway into the unfinished area. Directly ahead, you'll see that open window towards the top of the photo. That is the basement window well that's right next to the gas meter. Just below that, you'll see metal shelving, various household debris that's melted and burned. You'll see a dresser. You'll see fire hoses right in the center. Those were from the outside coming in.
Okay. So just outside of that little window in 105, is that an area of interest for you on the exterior of the home?
Yes.
And the gas meter would be out the window to the right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you do anything forensically, or do you seize anything in the basement?
At this point, no. It's just photographic documentation.
Did you seize anything upstairs on the first or second floor?
Not at this time, no.
Was there a point in time when you went outside the residence again?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing that at that time?
To collect items of evidence of the exterior.
Now, was there somewhere in particular that you started?
Yes.
Can I have slide 25? And what are we looking at there?
That would be the gas can.
Okay. Now, when you're going outside potentially to collect this gas can, is that when you put the evidence marker down?
Yes.
And the number 1, does that have any, what does that mean?
Just for visual orientation purposes, it doesn't indicate anything other than this is the first item I'm collecting.
And when you collected that item, did you make any specific observations about it?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed that it was partially full, and that the tip of the nozzle was partially melted.
Okay. Did you ultimately collect it?
Yes, I did.
And how do you go about collecting items of evidence like this?
So after I'm done with my photographic documentation, then I would make sure I had clean gloves on, and then find an appropriate container size-wise that would handle this. So it would be an unused paper evidence bag, and then I would pick the item up, place it in the bag, and then seal it for transportation and mark it.
Okay. Just going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-155. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that? And how do you know?
So it's got my handwriting on it. It's got my case number, my evidence number, and a tag that was ultimately placed on it after it was entered into our evidence management system.
And do you describe the nature of this gas can?
There's a description of the evidence that's inside the bag.
And did you document the size of it?
I did.
And what was the size of it?
So initially, when I first collected it, I thought it was a 2-gallon can. Once I brought it back to our office and was able to inspect it a little better, I determined it was a 1.25-gallon can or a 5-liter gas can with a burnt nozzle and containing 48 ounces of liquid. Is how I ultimately described it.
Now, just to be clear, is this full of gasoline right now?
No, it's not.
Okay, how come?
After I measured it, how much gasoline was in it, I reserved about 2 ounces for testing purposes, and the rest of it I discarded.
Could I ask you, I'm assuming you want to put on gloves, but could I ask you to open the bag?
Sure.
I would just ask you to briefly take out the gas can. Can you just point out and describe the damage that you identified to the gas can?
It's going to be at the tip of the nozzle right here.
And as we are here today in court, is it fair to say that there is evidence of burning on the tip of the gas can?
Yes.
Okay. You can
Put it back.
Now, slide, I'm sorry, S1A, slide 89.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Now, you talked, we were just talking about the gas can, we were talking about that area of potential fire damage on the garage area. Did you also utilize, or did you also visually inspect or do anything with respect to the area near the basement well window and the gas meter?
Outside of photographic documentation, I just assisted the fire marshals in collecting their evidence.
Can I have slide 41, please? Just so we understand, what's depicted in that photograph?
So there's going to be 4 areas of evidence that we collected. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 would be soil samples. One of them is an actual soil sample that we want to be tested. Another one would be a control sample. So 2 would be a soil sample near the gas meter. 3 would be the control for that. 4 would be a soil sample within that basement window well, and 5 would be a control sample for that.
Okay. And those soil samples, were they preserved by anyone?
Yes.
Who were they preserved by?
By me.
How did you do that?
Each sample was secured individually in an unused paint can and then sealed and marked.
Now, going back to the area of the garage where you found the gas can with the burnt nozzle, can I have slide 43?
I think we've looked at this general area previously, correct?
That's correct.
Is there something different about this photograph?
Yes.
What's that?
So that's the burnt nitrile glove that I collected that was in front of the garage. It was that black mass before when I said I flipped it over to see what it was. That's what that depicts.
Okay.
Slide 42.
It was moved from its original location to photograph it.
Okay. What's depicted in slide 42?
That's it turned over. It's a shot of the photograph of the glove facing straight down.
And is at this point in time and in this orientation of that item that you determined to appear to be a black nitrile glove?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as S156 for identification.
I'm going to show you what's marked as S156 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it. It's got my case number on it, my handwriting's on it, my evidence identification number. Read all?
You don't have to read it all. I mean, ultimately, what is that?
That is the burnt nitrile glove. Okay. Evidence marker number 6 is how I described it.
Okay. And was that what was depicted in that last photograph that we were looking at?
Yes.
The last series of photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And is your evidence markings on there?
Yes, along with the markings from the state police.
Okay. How do you know they're markings from the state police?
It's got their lab number from when I submitted it is written on it.
Okay. So this is something ultimately that you said was submitted to the New Jersey State Police Forensic Laboratory?
Yes, sir. Could I make a comment about the way that's packaged?
Yes,
for trial.
That's a good point.
For trial presentation purposes?
Was this the way it was initially packaged?
All the contents of these individually wrapped plastic bags were. So this nitrile glove was placed in this paper bag. When it was sent back, or sent to the lab, we returned with the lab markings on it. But in preparation of trial, so we can, because it's got a lot of debris and obviously falling apart, so we could handle it and be able to just show it to the jury here, I packaged it in this clear plastic so everybody can see it without it getting all over the place.
Now, is that the only item that was packaged in a somewhat similar manner?
No, sir.
Okay, and again, just for purposes of the jury be able to see it?
Yes.
Now, the area we were just talking about,
near the garage and where that glove, that glove was found, was any control samples taken from there?
Yes, there were.
Next slide, 44. All right. You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What does that show?
So item number 7 depicts the area of debris that I collected where the fire took place. In that corner, I guess that's the northeast corner of the garage threshold there.
Okay. Can I have slide 45, please? What does that show?
And that's going to be the area that I collected inside the garage underneath that blue tile would be the area where I collected debris as a control sample.
Just to be clear, I mean, it may be obvious, but just the sample versus the control, they're taken on different areas. And why is that?
So in this particular case, item number 7 is the area where the fire was suspected to have occurred. Item number 8 is an area where we know fire did not occur. So we can control, we could take, when we test both samples, we could see what if there's anything maybe natural that would indicate anything. So it's just an area where the lab can have unaffected sample.
And was there a point in time after you collected the glove, the gas can, and the samples that we've just discussed, where you were tasked with documentation of the Porsche Macan?
Yes, sir.
And where did that actually happen?
That happened right where it was parked at.
Okay. And why was that done?
Just for documentation purposes of the damage to the car. I wanted to ensure that the only damage done to that car was just to the exterior hood and that it didn't penetrate the interior engine compartment or any other parts of the car.
Now, just briefly, can I have slide 47, please? What are we looking at here?
That would be the driver's side rear passenger compartment of the car, of the Macan. That's outside looking in with the door open.
And slide 46, please. What do you see there?
That would be the driver's side, actually the driver's seat of the Macan in the driveway. Same thing, door open so you can see visibly inside the car.
Slide 48, please. What does that show?
That's the real cargo area of the Macan.
And slide
Closed.
I'm sorry, slide 49. What's that?
And that's under, with the rear cargo area open, there's like a decking. That's with the decking lifted up just to see that there wasn't anything there.
And can I
Damage there, I should say.
I'm sorry. Slide 50, please. What do you see here?
And that's the Macan's engine compartment, hood up, just photographing as it was.
And slide 51, please. What does that show?
That's some sort of defect to the lower, I guess, the lower bumper of the Macan, I guess, the front passenger side.
Now, just to be clear, during the course of your photographic documentation of the Porsche Macan on November 20th, 2018, did you identify any potential evidence? Did you seize any potential evidence?
In relation to the Macan, no.
Was there a more thorough search that ultimately wound up happening the next day?
Yes, there was.
Now, is there a point in time after you were done with the photographic documentation of the Macan that you re-entered the residence?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just to continue the documentation of the damage inside both the first and the second floors and search for any potential items of evidence.
And how did you enter the home that day?
I believe at that time through the garage, maybe.
Did you ultimately observe the front door and the foyer area and everything?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have slide 52? So what are we looking at?
So that's the front door outside looking into the house.
Okay, slide 53?
Obviously, I started there.
You were obviously in this area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have slide
54. What are we looking at there?
So that's as soon as you go through that front door, there's a small foyer area immediately to your right. Would be like a living room, and that's in the farthest, I guess, the south west corner, looking northeast.
Okay. And previously, when you were outside, or you were discussing the outside photos, you talked about French doors, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the French doors there?
Yes. So past the dining room, you'll see the dining room table and chairs, and then beyond that is the interior side of those French doors.
Slide 55.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
So that's a photograph of me standing in the foyer, looking down into to step down into the living room area I was just discussing. There's an end table there with a lime green lighter and then a blue lighter on the floor. 9 and 10.
I'm sorry, can I have slide 56?
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So that's the two lighters I was just referring to. Items number 9 is the green, and then item number 10 is the blue.
We'll approach and show you what's been marked as S157 first. Identification.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that show?
So that's the lime green Bic lighter with my case number and evidence item number.
Okay. And S158, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
It's the blue Bic lighter. Again, case number and evidence number.
And S157, S158, are these the actual items that we saw in those photos?
Yes.
Slide 50.
Sorry, sorry about that. I'm almost done.
Can I have slide 57?
Now, fair to say, you continued documentation efforts of 27 Tilton.
That's correct. My responsibilities on a scene like this is not only to locate evidence, it's also just to document any damage or the extent of damage.
And in slide 57, do you see damage?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
It's going to be against the primarily fire damage straight ahead in that window. That window there is directly above the basement window well. You'll also see sheetrock pulled down from the ceiling and on the exterior, on the walls. Yeah, the exterior wall to your right.
Slide 58, please.
What are we looking at there?
That's closer to the window. There's a desk there. You will see through that window the rear yard.
Okay, and 59, please. Same
That's
photo closer up?
Same photo closer up. Now this is me panning up towards the ceiling. You'll see again the deck on the outside to your left, the trampoline, and then the neighbor's yard directly behind.
Now, slide 60, please. What do we see here?
Pretty much from the same spot, just turn now north towards the dining room.
Slide 61. What do we see here?
That's just the kitchen area, and that was located just beyond the dining room. Talking about doors before, that's just past the stove is the sliding glass door that leads from the kitchen to the back deck.
That would be the second, looking left to right of that photo before, that would be the middle entrance to the rear of the home.
It would be, yes. And then straight ahead, you'll see that white laundry basket. That's the mudroom area.
And then beyond the mudroom is what?
The garage.
Now, at some point in time, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, how did you go upstairs?
Above the basement stairwell is the stairwell to the second floor, so I use that.
Did you visually and otherwise document the rooms that you found upstairs?
Yes.
And what types of rooms were generally upstairs?
There were four bedrooms and 2 full baths.
I have slide 65. Showing getting upstairs, obviously.
Yes.
Once you go up there, can you start left and tell us what you found?
Sure. At the top of the stairs, immediately to your left, is a bedroom that was identified as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom. Straight ahead was a bedroom for one of his adult daughters. I believe it was Marissa's. To the right of that is another daughter's bedroom. And then if you go down that, where that railing is a hallway backward. So you would be going now south. And to your left would be a full bath, and then you would enter the master suite area, which contains a full bathroom, walk-in closet, and bedroom.
So just quickly, slide 66. What do we see here?
That would be Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Was that the first bedroom to the left?
Yes.
Okay. And can I have slide 70, please? What is that?
That would be, I believe that was Marissa's bedroom.
Slide 71.
Caitlin's bedroom?
And this bedroom here, this is the third one we've looked at, correct?
At this particular point, it would be the third one.
And this one, the third one, is it on the front side of the house or the back side?
It's going to be at the the northeast corner, back side.
And then you said there was a bathroom next to this one?
Yes.
And then we went to the master area.
Yes.
Next slide, 72. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
That would be the master bedroom area.
Okay. And slide 73. What do we see in that photo?
That would be the damage in the walk-in closet in that bedroom.
The walk-in closet, as it relates to the bedroom, is the walk-in closet on the back side of the house?
Yes, it would be. It would actually be on the south, the southeast corner, directly in line with the bedroom basement window well, that living room where we saw the picture of the window that's straight up.
Okay. Slide 74. Does that assist you in discussing the layout of the master?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just explain what we got there?
So on the right-hand side of the picture is the walk-in closet. Straight back, you'll see the two doors that are partially open, almost all the way open. You'll see a mirror to the left. To the left of that is an entrance to the master bath. And then continuing to the left is the hallway, entrance to the hallway.
Now, is there any damage to the ceiling in that photograph?
Yes.
And then slide 75. What do you see there?
That you can see sky. That would be a hole through the roof.
Is that in the area of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Just quickly, slide 76. What's that?
That would be the master bath.
Now, you talked about earlier how you gave the DVR to Captain or Detective Weiss at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and ultimately, did you respond to Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And was there a point in time when you were at the Ocean Township Police Department that you learned something that was kind of significant to that investigation thus far?
Yes.
And what was that?
That the Colts Neck Police Department and Fire Department responded to 15 Willowbrook for a reported structure fire with at least one person deceased on the front lawn.
Now, during the course of your time at the Ocean Police Department, were you asked to photographically document anything?
Yes.
And what were you asked to take pictures of?
Specifically of Mr. Caniero, his left hand. It was reported that he had an injury to it, so I was asked to photograph it.
Can I have slide 128? Sorry. You recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's the photo show?
Mr. Paul Caneiro.
And where was that taken?
At the Ocean Township Police Department.
Can I show you slide 129?
You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that's a photograph of the back of Mr. Canero's right and left hands.
I have slide 130.
So this is I'm sorry. This is a close-up photograph of Mr. Canero's right and left hands.
Slide 131. What's that?
That's focusing on Mr. Canero's left hand, the back side of it.
And slide 132, sorry.
You recognize that?
Yes. Part of documenting any potential injuries is doing somewhat of a physical exam, and then it was me photographing. This is what I observed to be bruising on his abdomen.
And slide 133.
What's that?
Again, like a small abrasion to the back side of his left arm.
Slide 134.
That's just a close-up photograph of that abrasion.
Now, the next day, Wednesday.
I'm going to stop you here before we go into the next day. Can we turn the lights back on? You guys are thinking to yourself, we got a second break, but maybe we stayed almost 5 o'clock. Isn't that what you guys are thinking? Thought. Go ahead. Nobody? You're welcome. Yeah. So, we're done for today. I can't say if you were right or wrong on why I gave you the second break. I'm just going to leave it out there for you guys to think about and ponder this evening. But I hope you guys have a wonderful night. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, so 8 o'clock. We'll be on the record right at 8:30. We keep moving along. Thank you so much for being attentive today. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And what we're going to do is when we bring you downstairs, Amore's just going to confirm with you. Just make sure we have all your phone numbers and everything, just in case there's an issue on Monday. Amore and my staff will be calling you directly, so we might as well just do that now so we don't forget. So we'll do it today and tomorrow morning if we can do that. Thank you. So you guys have a good night. Be safe. Okay, anything we need to discuss? I have one thing, but asking you all first.
I just think we did talk a little bit about the dynamics for the week.
Come on up. It's the exact same topic I was going to discuss. All right, we just went over some,
Still on the record?
no, I don't care.
Go back on?
Sure, go ahead.
You want me to put the live stream on too?
Sure.
Hold on, give me a second.
We were just going over some scheduling with the attorneys for the rest of the week. We will continue on, and tomorrow we'll continue on with Lieutenant Catalona. So I hope everybody has a good night. Please be safe, and I will see everybody tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If anyone needs anything, we can get on the record. If not, we'll start right at 8:30. Thank you all.
Thank you, Judge.